Chapter 1249. Bang! 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 The sky was filled with ice rain. The Star Moon High Priestess' beautiful eyes flickered as she watched the ice walls explode in the air. Her expression became solemn. She didn't expect Qin Fen to cut through her ice wall array with just one slash. She regained her composure after a few seconds. She stretched out her hand and a long blue sword that shone like ice appeared in her hand. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The Star Moon High Priestess swung her sword slowly like a Tai Chi sword, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Fen was shrouded in dense cold sword chi. Whoosh! The sword chi suddenly turned into ice spikes in the air and exploded in all directions. Each ice spike was 5 to 6 meters long and looked like an icicle hanging on the edge of a building in a world of ice and snow. Ice Soul Godly Sword. The Star Moon Sect Master's face was colder than ice. The icicles were so sharp that they seemed to be able to split mountains and split the earth. Just a slight graze would be enough to pierce a large hole in one's body. Hundreds of icicles exploded in the air. The power was even more ferocious than the Demon King's lightning balls. Master, be careful. Golden Fur Lion King roared and swung his Dragon Slayer saber. 100-meter-long golden sword chi exploded behind Qin Fen and shattered all the ice spikes behind him. The Star Moon High Priestess shouted at the Sword Demon Great Venerable, "You guys stop that lion. Demon King Zhonglu, we'll take down this brat together." The Star Moon High Priestess had already injured Shimen Chui Shua and Ouyang Feng. At this moment, dozens of demon disciples were besieging the two of them. Qin Fen and Golden Fur Lion King were the deciding factors on the battlefield. The Star Moon High Priestess ordered everyone to change their formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword Demon Great Venerable stood in the same place with his eyes half closed. The sound of wind breaking could be heard everywhere as dozens of sword chiefs shot towards the Golden Fur Lion King under his control. Redhead Old Freak and Soul Lock Master also attacked. One tried to interfere with Golden Fur Lion King's mind while the other turned into a man of fire and rushed to the sky to fight Golden Fur Lion King. The three of them attacked Golden Fur Lion King and forced him to retreat. On the other side, Demon King and the Star Moon High Priestess were even more ferocious. Crackle! The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the lightning balls floated under the dark clouds. Qin Fen was surrounded by layers of ice, and he was like a ticking time bomb that couldn't be touched. However, dozens of ice spikes suddenly exploded, and the speed at which the ice spikes formed was extremely fast. Even Qin Fen, who was standing on the golden whirlwind wheel, couldn't dodge in time. Chirp! The white robe on Qin Fen's body was broken into pieces. He held a purple bow in his hand. While dodging the thunderballs and ice thorns, he seized the opportunity to draw his bow towards Demon Lord and the Star Moon Sect's leader. Every time the Heavenly Hawk bow was swung, it seemed as if the Heavenly Hawk bow carried the power of the heavens and earth. Purple hawks descended from the sky, causing half the sky to resound with battle cries. Ha! Was this the strength of a righteous martial arts alliance master? He's like an ant. The Star Moon Sect leader gradually gained the upper hand, and a look of disdain appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't be bothered to attack Qin Feng from afar. She leaped towards Qin Feng, and the blue sword in her hand danced nimbly. Suddenly, a cold air assaulted Qin Feng, making him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old icehouse. Whoosh! Every slash of the Star Moon Sect leader's sword brought along an ice cone that was tens of meters long. The ice cone was 4 to 5 meters thick, and it turned into dozens of ice dragons that attacked Qin Feng. The ice dragons were like living creatures, and they were still roaring at the sky. Wherever they went, even the air was immediately frozen. The surroundings were instantly frozen, as if time had stopped. Roar! In the end, 12 ice dragons were formed. All of them opened their mouths and roared angrily. Ice spewed out of their mouths and stabbed towards Qin Fun. Their speed was so fast that they arrived in front of Qin Fun in a breath's time. Insignificant skill, break it for me. Just when Hua Yan and the others were on tenterhooks, a thunderous roar and a tiger's roar came from the sky. A gust of wind blew, and dozens of ferocious green tigers appeared in the wind. It was as if they were descending from the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the 12 ice dragons. Rumble! The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Dozens of ferocious tigers collided with the 12 ice dragons. The ferocious tigers quickly dissipated, but the huge and violent ice dragons were also torn apart in the collision. They were broken into several pieces from head to tail and fell to the ground like ice sculptures. A rain of icicles descended, scaring the demonic cultivators on the ground into hurriedly dodging. Some of them were a step too slow and were directly struck by the sharp icicles. The massive speed of the icicles was like a train crashing into them, and they were smashed into meat paste. Shimin Chui Shua and Ouyang Feng's faces were solemn. Fortunately, the flaming golden eagle arrived in time and carried the two of them to the sky to avoid the ice cones. Binyuan Shuewu was agile, and she shuttled freely in the rain of ice cones. From time to time, she would pounce on the demon cultivators and bite them to death. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the casualties were getting more and more serious. When the special Thunder Tiger Fist collided with the Star Moon sect leader's Ice Soul Godly Sword, Qin Fun was sent flying by the aftershock. The Star Moon sect leader also fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Rumble! The previous loud noise hadn't stopped, and a new explosion was heard. Seeing that Qin Fun was injured and fell to the ground, Demon Lord didn't hold back his strength. The icicles in the sky turned into a thunderstorm. The thunderballs were so dense that they formed a net, as if it was a sea of thunder. Hundreds of thunderballs fell like meteorites. The ground where Qin Fun fell was blown up into a sinkhole. Rumble! The explosion lasted for a long time. Everyone was shocked by the huge movement here, and they stopped what they were doing and looked over. Demon Lord was worthy of being the king of the demon race. The destructive power of his explosion shocked everyone. Even now, the valley was still shaking violently, as if there was a strong earthquake under their feet. A hint of joy flashed across the cold face of the Star Moon sect master. The group of demon disciples heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro's legs gave way and they sat on the ground. Li Tao looked as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. In front of everyone, smoke billowed on the plain hundreds of meters away. The land was obviously collapsed, and a huge pit was created by Demon Lord. Loud noises were still coming out from the deep pit, and each sound was as shocking as thunder. Qin Feng had fallen into the pit in front of them, and even Hua Yan and the others did not think that he could survive. Ta-ta-ta! At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a large group of people rushed over from all directions. Dust was flying all around, and hundreds of fierce horses were galloping in the wind, neighing, and even more demon disciples were running over. It's over, it's over. No one can leave today. Lu Yu looked at the rapidly approaching reinforcements of the demon race, his eyes dimmed, and his heart fell into complete despair. The flaming golden eagle and the glacial snow mastiff stopped their attack and let out a burst of mournful wail as if they were howling for Qin Feng. Demon Lord and the others stood in a row. In just a minute, more than 400 demon disciples appeared around them. They were the ones who saw the demon race's divine order and rushed over. Lord Demon Lord, why did you suddenly summon the demon race's divine order? Greetings, Star Moon Sect Master and Saintess. Why don't I see young Demon King Feng? Did a fierce battle just take place here? Who dares to cause trouble in the demon race's sacred land? The group of demon disciples who just rushed over didn't know anything and looked at Demon Lord blankly. They had just participated in the demon race's conference and left separately. On their way back, they saw the divine order and immediately rushed back. Demon King Demon Lord's eyes flickered as he stared at the pit in the distance. He was very clear about Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng was a venerable who cultivated the Demon Lord's codex, but he didn't believe that Qin Feng would have a good time under such a violent thunderball explosion. Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. A bunch of bastards. Demon Lord stared at the pit for a while. Seeing that the explosion was still going on, but Qin Feng didn't come out. He turned his head and swept his eyes over the demon disciples. Do you know who young Master Feng is? That kid is the Martial Worlds Alliance leader. Crash! The demon disciples who rushed over immediately exploded. What? Young Master Feng is the Martial Worlds Alliance leader. What the fuck was wrong with him? Everyone revealed a look of disbelief, but Demon Lord didn't think so. Because when he first knew Qin Feng's identity, he felt the same as everyone else. Seeing that the situation had become a little chaotic, the Star Moon Sect Master said, "There's no need to doubt Qin Feng's identity as the Alliance Master of the martial world. As the leader of the righteous faction, he actually dared to trespass into the sacred land of the demon race during the demon race convention and even deceived us to obtain the demon race king. This is a disgrace to the entire demon race. Fortunately, I joined hands with Demon King to defeat Qin Feng. Those are Qin Feng's accomplices. Go and capture them alive for me." Star Moon Sect leader was the previous demon saintess. Her status in the demon race was above tens of thousands of people. She only listens to Demon Lord's command. As soon as Su Ruoro gave the order, the demons immediately snapped out of their daze. A few men with quick reflexes ran towards Su Ruoro and Hua Yan. Hee. These two girls are this generation's holy maidens, one more beautiful than the other. I've long since fallen for them. When I catch them, I will take the opportunity to touch them. At that time, I will ask Demon King 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 Demon King. Those who rushed up were all men. Their eyes sparkled when they saw Su Ruoro and Hua Yan's beauty. The two women were still sitting on the ground in a daze. They stared blankly at the sky crater in the distance, unable to accept that Qin Feng had been killed by the explosion. Li Tao was so angry that he stood up and tried to stop the demon disciples. However, his injuries were severe. Just as he was about to circulate his qi, he tore his wounds and coughed in pain. Hurry up and take the two of them away. I'll stop them. Lu Yu shielded Li Tao and the other two behind him and sent out a palm strike. Several balls of ice flew up and shot towards the incoming group like flying daggers. Chapter 1250. Ha! Little sisters, don't be afraid. Let Big Brother hug you first. TSK. They are really beautiful girls. Their beauty is comparable to the Star Moon Sect's leader. After Lu Yu was sent flying, 4 or 5 demon men immediately surrounded Hua Yan and Su Ruoro. The two women were startled awake, but it was too late. One of the demon men reached out to touch Su Ruoro's chest. Just as his palm was about to touch her, swoosh. Before Su Ruoro could react, the sound of wind was heard, but no one noticed it because of the violent explosion in the sinkhole. A white light flashed, and the demon race disciple's hand instantly fell to the ground. With a pig-like face, he fantasized about the soft touch of his hand, but found that his hand did not seem to have any reaction. When the demon race disciple subconsciously looked down at his hand, he was immediately frightened to the point that his face turned ashen. "Ah! How come my hand is gone?" The demon disciple screamed, and the others were stunned. They looked at the empty arm of the demon disciple and felt as if they had seen a ghost. Swoosh! 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 At this time, white light shone in all directions. It was as dense as fireflies. Before everyone could react, more than a dozen demon disciples were cut into pieces by the wind blades. Their bodies fell to the ground, and their blood stained the plain. They didn't even know how they died. "Oh no, that kid is still alive." This sudden change shocked everyone. The Star Moon sect's leader frowned, and Chong Lu roared in anger, "What are you all doing? Go and catch those two women." Chong Lu also felt that danger was everywhere. Qin Fan's strength was beyond his expectation. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Chong Lu didn't want to fight with Qin Fan anymore. He wanted to catch Su Ruoro and Hua Yan first, and then threaten Qin Fan to surrender. Bang! Bang! Chong Lu was angry, and the demon disciples immediately rushed forward. This time, there were more than 30 demon disciples. They couldn't care less about Su Ruoro and Hua Yan's beauty. As soon as they moved, they waved their fists. Their fists pierced through the air, and dozens of fireballs and icicles flew towards them. Roar! However, at this moment, an angry roar resounded through the valley. The voice seemed to contain a demonic nature, causing the demonic cultivators who had rushed in front of the two women to suddenly stop, as if their souls had been sucked out. Not only this group of disciples, but also the people standing next to them. They completely lost their mind because of this strange roar. However, Demon Lord and the others had a dignified look on their face. Their eyes moved quickly in the void. Demon King Chong Lu, what is that sound? My head feels a little heavy. Master Solok patted his head with a pained look on his face. The Sword Demon Great Venerable and the red-headed old freak were standing in the same place. They didn't seem to be behaving abnormally, but they were using their demonic energy to resist the demonic sound coming from all directions. "This is magic roar," Demon Lord said with a dignified look. Even the leader of the Star Moon Church was shocked. What? The Demon Clan's divine art, Demon Roar. How could that kid know such a lost technique? Not only the leader of the Star Moon Church was shocked, but Demon Lord was also shocked. He was the king of the demonic race, but the demonic skill he practiced was only considered to be above average in the history of the demonic race. On the other hand, Qin Fan was a righteous cultivator who practiced the Demon Lord's Codex and the Little Chrysanthemum Codex. He even used the magic roar at this moment. Was this kid really a righteous cultivator? As soon as the magic roar was released, the whole valley shook violently. Rocks rolled down from the mountain, and the ground shook as if the sky was going to fall. The magic roar was a divine technique of the demonic race, and its effect was very strange. In the past, Shuai used the magic roar to control Qin Fan, and in the end, Qin Fan used the magic roar to control everyone in the Hong Kong International Hotel. At that time, Qin Fan was only a stage 9 inner Qi cultivator. Now that he had broken through to stage 2 true Qi, the demonic effect of the magic roar was more than 10 times stronger. The roars came one after another, like the roars of an ancient giant beast. However, the roars also contained a strange energy that penetrated into everyone's mind and lingered there. All the demonic disciples were affected by the magic roar. In the magic roar, they completely showed their inner instincts and did what they usually did. Many of the disciples swung their broadswords at Zhong Lu. It seemed like they all wanted to take over the position of the king of the demonic race. More than half of the disciples pounced on the Star Moon cult leader with frivolous smiles on their faces. They were actually peeping at the Star Moon cult leader's beauty. There were also people laughing, singing, and running. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro hugged each other and kept shouting Qin Fen's name. Li Tao hugged a tree and took off his clothes, shouting Qin Fen's name. "You bastards, how dare you peep at this lord's position? Go to hell." Zhonglu and the other four were not controlled by the magic roar. Zhonglu struck out his palm, and a dozen or so lightning balls swept out, instantly blasting a dozen or so demonic cultivators into pieces. The Star Moon cult leader's face was as cold as frost. She looked at the group of demonic disciples who took off their pants and flew towards her. She casually swung her sword, and a huge ice dragon appeared in the air. As the dragon flew past, dozens of demonic elites were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Demon King Zhonglu, Star Moon cult leader, these people have been affected by the magic roar. Quickly think of a way to get rid of it, or else our reinforcements will be killed. Seeing their disciples being killed one by one, the hearts of the three of them were bleeding. Zhonglu and the Star Moon cult leader finally calmed down. Their eyes swept across the sky, looking for Qin Fen's whereabouts. Whoosh! High up in the sky, a golden shadow flickered constantly. Qin Fen stood on two balls of flames, and a black domineering mech appeared on his body. The black dragon mech was black, as if it wanted to devour the surrounding darkness, but Qin Fen's body was shining with golden light. After receiving a fatal blow from Zhonglu, Qin Fen activated the Vajra Art's invincible golden body. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, but it was devoured by the black dragon mech, forming a circle of golden black halo, like a sun and a black hole. "Qin Fen, I want you to die a horrible death." Zhonglu was completely enraged. Just as he locked onto Qin Fen's position, dozens of lightning balls flew in the air. The Star Moon sect leader also brandished her sword, and 8 ice dragons roared in the sky. The Soul Lock Grandmaster, the red-headed old monster, and the Sword Demon Great Venerable ignored the injured Golden Fur Lion King. They joined forces with Zhonglu and the Star Moon sect leader to attack Qin Fen. The 5 experts of the demon clan joined forces to attack. It was as if half of the sky had been cracked by them. "You dare to attack my master, watch my blade." The Golden Fur Lion King's long hair was messed up, and his body was covered with wounds. The dragon Salyer fell, but his aura was not as strong as before. A golden dragon that was more than 50 meters long whizzed out, smashing an ice dragon and disappearing. Swish! Just as the Golden Fur Lion King was about to slash a second time, he discovered that he had actually been recalled into the system. At the same time, the seriously injured Shimen Chueshue, Ouyang Feng, and the 2 war pets were all taken away by Qin Fen. Only the 5 kings of the Azure sect were still assisting Qin Fen in battle. Although the 5 kings of the Azure sect were powerful, they could not withstand the siege of 300 to 400 demon clan disciples. Every time they were summoned by Qin Fen, they would all be annihilated in less than half a minute. Activating the 5 Kings' Ghost Head Golden Talisman also consumed a lot of true chi and mind power. Seeing that the Ghost Head Golden Talisman was not very effective, Qin Fen simply did not even summon the 5 Kings of the Azure sect. Golden light flickered in the sky. At this moment, Qin Fen was the only one fighting. 5 venerables of the demon race joined hands to pursue Qin Fen, and there were still 300 to 400 elite demon disciples on the ground trying to disrupt Qin Fen. Their powerful attacks were unavoidable. Even though Qin Fen was riding on the golden whirlwind wheel, he was still constantly attacked. If it wasn't for the protection of the invincible golden body, his body would have exploded long ago. "Qin Fen, I advise you to surrender obediently. This king can leave you with an intact corpse." Zhonglu's serious expression became playful again as he shouted while chasing. From time to time, demonic roars could be heard, and white and pink lights alternated on the ground. The wind blade martial skill combined with the starry sky flying sword swept away a large number of demon disciples. Qin Fan felt that his body could not hold on any longer, and the black dragon mecha on his body made a slight cracking sound. Qin Fan's dignified face was almost dripping water, and his eyes were flashing with anger. He was completely enraged by the demons. Zhonglu, you forced me to do this. I originally wanted to take Lu Yu away, but now I want to wash the demon clan with blood. Qin Fan's roar shook the sky like an enraged beast. However, Zhonglu, the Star Moon sect leader, and the others only smiled lightly. Obviously, they did not put Qin Fan's ruthless words in their eyes. Now that Qin Fan was besieged by everyone, he was already a crossbow with a strong bow. He did not even have the ability to protect himself. Who would believe that he could still fight back? Not to mention the arrogant words of washing the demon clan with blood. Oh. Why don't you wash them with blood and show this king? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Zhonglu laughed proudly, but his smile suddenly froze on his face. Then, his eyes widened, and his jaw dropped to the ground. Bang! Qin Fan moved his mind slightly, and a silver cannon that was half the height of a person appeared on his waist. This wind and cloud wild demon cannon has 2 muzzles, and can be fired at the same time. Qin Fan turned around and fired at the 5 people chasing behind him. Bang, 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 bang. White true chi shells fell like raindrops, but their speed was 10 times faster than ordinary bullets. True chi condensed in the shells, and as long as they hit anything, they will immediately explode. The powerful destructive power made everyone speechless. Damn, what is this thing? Zhonglu was shocked. After his body was hit by more than 10 bullets, he grimaced in pain and quickly retreated to avoid it. The Star Moon sect leader waved 2 ice dragons in an attempt to block the bullets. As a result, the ice dragons were instantly smashed into pieces and fell to the ground. The Star Moon sect leader was so scared that he did not dare to fight back. The red-headed old freak and sword demon Great Venerable both suffered a loss and fled. Soul Lock Grandmaster was the weakest venerable among the 5. Before he could react, hundreds of Jin Chi bullets instantly hit him. Along with a series of violent explosions, Soul Lock Grandmaster's body had already turned into a pile of flesh and blood. A 3rd-layer demon general fell just like that, and all the demon disciples were shocked. They forgot to attack and stood in the same place stupidly, looking at the huge cannon hanging on Qin Fan's waist. As cultivators, when have these demon cultivators seen such a powerful advanced weapon? Ordinary pistols and even machine guns couldn't kill these demon cultivators, so what was this dragon head battle cannon in Qin Fan's hand? The bullets that were fired were very strange. They actually contained violent true chi. Chapter 1251. Demon King Zhonglu was stunned. Star Moon sect leader, Red Head Monster, and Sword Demon Great Venerable were dumbfounded. How terrifying was a level 3 demon general expert? Even the 4 of them would find it difficult to kill the Soul Lock Master. Yet, he was killed by Qin Fan with a single cannon blast. What the hell is that? Red Head Monster's voice was trembling. Sword Demon Great Venerable had stopped attacking and was frantically dodging the attacks of the true chi bullets. He was a level 4 demon general, a powerful existence in the sacred land of the demon race. But now, he was scared like a child. Star Moon sect leader and Demon King Zhonglu frowned. They couldn't answer Red Head Monster's question. The Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon was a high-tech battle equipment produced by Star Technology. How could these demon cultivators know about it? Who cares what it is, let's join hands and kill Qin Fan. After a short period of shock, Demon King quickly regained his senses. He roared and shot his palms towards the void. Hundreds of thunderballs appeared out of thin air and met the true chi bullets of the Wind and Cloud Mad Demon Cannon. The two powerful attacks collided in the void, causing the earth to shake. The Star Moon sect leader also followed. The Ice Soul Divine General slashed out dozens of ice dragons. The originally fierce and violent dragons could not bear the heavy blows of the true chi bullets at this moment. Instead, they were smashed into pieces of ice that drifted away. Demon disciples, listen to my command. Let's kill Qin Fen together. Red Head Monster and Sword Demon Great Venerable were still a little afraid, but there was no way out. They shouted for the entire demon race to fly towards Qin Fen. True chi bullets rained down from the sky, and each of them contained the berserk aura of an expert at the second layer of true chi. A large number of disciples of the demon clan were instantly blown away the moment they came into contact with the shells. Only the experts at the Devil General stage were barely able to block a few. Boom. Red Head Monster was enraged. His whole body was on fire. He turned into a man of fire and rushed towards the void. The true chi bullets seemed to have a mind of their own. All of them condensed together and turned into a rain of cannonballs that shot towards the red-headed old freak. Violent explosions spread out from his body, but those true chi bullets were burned by the raging flames and did not cause any harm to the old freak. Red light flashed. That old monster was as fast as lightning. He was like a meteorite flying past. Qin Fen immediately changed his direction. The black dragon mecha on his abdomen opened, and a huge black tracking missile shot into the sky. Rumble. A loud explosion rang out, and the red-headed old man's expression changed. However, it was already too late for him to dodge. His entire body collided with the tracking missile, and the shocking commotion caused everyone to stop what they were doing. They looked at the exploding clouds in the sky with horrified expressions. The red-headed monster is dead. What was that just now? It feels like it has the power to destroy heaven and earth. That was a level 4 demon general expert, and he was killed by Qin Fen. Since when did the orthodox martial cultivation have such a powerful leader? The fiend race disciples were shocked by the scene in front of them. Some of them even wanted to run away. Demon Lord and the other two also had a face full of fear. They quickly looked towards the direction a few hundred meters away. There was a huge sinkhole on the ground. The red-headed old man was lying in the sinkhole. The flames on his body haven't completely extinguished. He was motionless and no one knows whether he was dead or alive. Shio shio shio. But at this moment, 3 more black tracking missiles appeared in the sky. Qin Fen was completely enraged. He was wearing the black dragon mecha and the starry sky flying sword. He looked like a god of war that descended from the sky. The fiend race disciples were all in a mess. Under the fierce attack of the missiles, they began to flee in all directions. Demon Lord and the other two were too busy to stop the fiend race disciples. The 3 tracking missiles flew towards Demon Lord and the other two. Sword Demon Great Venerable was still standing in the same place. Seeing the missiles falling from the sky like meteorites, he quickly used his telekinesis power. More than a dozen swords made of demonic chi floated around his body. The sword chi was like a substance. More than a dozen swords flew towards the sky. They wanted to block the tracking missiles. However, the power of the missiles was amazing. When they hit the dozen swords, the sword chi instantly dissipated. Boom! The second tracking missile fell to the ground, and a huge sinkhole appeared in the ground. Sword Demon Great Venerable realized that the situation was not good, but it was too late to dodge. His whole body was blown up into the sky. He was like a kite with a broken string. The representatives of the 5 major sects of the fiend race had suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, only Demon Lord and the Star Moon sect leader were still struggling. Although the two were not hit by the missiles, they were beaten up by the tracking missiles. The fiend race is finished. Everyone, run, the crowd screamed continuously. The fiend race disciples saw the situation in front of them, and their hearts were filled with despair. Even the 5 major sects of the fiend race couldn't take down Qin Fen. This fact shocked everyone. When Qin Fen fought against Hua Xiao at the Nerwo assassin group's base, he deeply experienced the power of the white feather mecha. Especially the tracking missiles, Qin Fen was caught off guard. Now that he was wearing the black dragon mecha, Qin Fen felt refreshed. Qin Fen, I advise you to quickly surrender. Otherwise, I will die with you today. Demon Lord's black armor was broken, and his eyes were full of blood. At this moment, he was like a stray dog, but he still had the confidence to threaten Qin Fen. You want to perish together with me? Let me send you on your way first. Qin Fen roared angrily. The black dragon mecha's abdomen opened again, and another 2 tracking missiles flew out, heading towards Demon Lord and the Star Moon sect leader. After devouring the Hedonist sovereign mecha system, Qin Fen's Hedonist sovereign system had an additional mecha interface, which was similar to the Star Technology interface. The black dragon mecha's tracking missiles were not free and endless. Each missile cost 10,000 Hedonist points. For tracking missiles cost Qin Fen 40,000 Hedonist points, but the effect of the missiles was definitely worth the price. They forced the 2 Stage 4 demon general powerhouses to flee all over the valley. Qin Fen, since you don't want to live anymore, I'll fulfill your wish. Demon Lord was forced into a corner. He suddenly stopped and stood on top of a mountain. 2 black missiles flew towards him. Demon Lord raised his palms in the air, and nearly 100 lightning balls appeared in the air, forming a dense barrier like a lightning net above his head. Boom! The tracking missiles smashed into the lightning net, piercing through it. The explosion of air currents and the collision of electric currents dazzled half of the mountain. Demon Lord retreated immediately after slapping the lightning balls. The tall mountain under his feet suddenly collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. It was a scene of a landslide. Demon King Demon Lord, are you alright? The Star Moon sect leader turned into a white light and pulled Demon Lord out of a pile of gravel. Although Demon Lord escaped the center of the explosion, he was still hit by the aftershock. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered with wounds. There are 2 more tracking missiles. Let's go. Demon Lord stopped for less than 2 seconds, and the 2 black shadows in the sky quickly approached them. The Star Moon sect leader frowned. Even she, the demon race's holy maiden, was helpless against the tracking missiles. The 2 of them turned into 2 streaks of light and moved quickly. 1 black and 1 white flashed in the air. The tracking missiles behind them seemed to have grown eyes, and they followed closely behind them like shadows. They couldn't get rid of them no matter what. What the hell is this thing? Isn't that guy a martial cultivator? How did he get such a powerful technology? The Star Moon sect leader's face turned pale. She looked at Qin Fen from time to time, as if she couldn't wait to kill Qin Fen with her sword. But the tracking missiles were chasing after them, so there was no chance for her to escape. Demon Lord suffered some injuries, but at this moment, he supported his body and moved quickly. He looked at the tracking missiles behind him and shouted with a cold face, Star Moon sect leader, let's attack together. We must kill Qin Fen. Demon Lord was a generation's demon king, and the Star Moon sect leader was a generation's holy maiden. The 2 of them had a relationship like husband and wife, and often practiced together. Any one of them could dominate the Devil Clan, but when they joined forces, their strength was several times stronger. However, in the past, no one in the Devil Clan could force Chong Lu and the Star Moon sect leader to join forces. Today, they were forced into a dead end by Qin Fen. Ice Soul Divine Sword. As soon as Demon Lord's voice fell, the Star Moon sect leader swung her sword behind her. Suddenly, more than a dozen ice dragons appeared, but they didn't directly rush toward the 2 tracking missiles. Instead, they swallowed each other. The original dozens of ice dragons finally merged into a huge dragon. It was 100 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide. It was roaring in the void, as if a real dragon had descended to the world. Bang bang. But at this time, Demon Lord also stopped and hit the huge ice dragon with his palm. Over 100 lightning balls flew into the ice dragon's body, but they didn't explode the ice dragon. Instead, they fused with the ice dragon's body, forming a dragon bone made of lightning, making the 100-meter-long dragon look extremely lifelike. Roar! The lightning dragon quickly formed, and its roar was like the thunder in the sky. The weather changed along with the wind and clouds. The ice dragon's body flashed with azure light, and its eyes were formed by lightning balls. Terrifying lightning bolts shot out from its body as it flew toward Qianfen at high speed. The two tracking missiles landed on the top of the lightning dragon's head, but the huge explosion didn't destroy the lightning dragon. The dragon roared in the sky as if it had a life of its own. Its 100 meters long body swayed in the air, and the wind howled. The destructive power of the lightning dragon shocked everyone. Even Qianfen was stunned by the lightning dragon. It was like a real dragon that had awakened. Hua Yan, Su Ruoro, and the others cried out worriedly. Qianfeng stepped on his golden whirlwind wheels and dodged the attacks. The black dragon mecha kept firing black laser bullets and true energy bullets at him. Qianfeng even spent 50,000 hedonist points to purchase 5 tracking missiles. However, the lightning dragon was still as agile as ever. It was about to crash into Qianfeng. Swoosh! The golden phoenix descended and drew a 100 meters long golden sword chi in the void. The sword chi instantly condensed and turned into a golden phoenix. Chapter 1252. Bang 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 bang. 5 homing shells all landed on the thunder dragon's body, and countless shin chi bullets and laser bullets rained down on it. The golden phoenix's light became dimmer and dimmer, but the thunder dragon was still roaring in the sky. Its blue body made of ice seemed indestructible. The violent explosion sent Qianfeng flying, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. Everyone was shocked by this fierce battle, and they still hadn't recovered their senses. Qianfeng, are you all right? Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were so scared that tears welled up in their eyes. Just as the two women were about to rush to where Qianfeng had landed, they discovered that he had already soared into the sky while stepping on 2 balls of fire. The 100-meter-long lightning dragon followed Qianfeng like a shadow. The wind cloud demon cannon and the black dragon mecha's laser bullets had little effect on it. They could only slow down the lightning dragon slightly, but they were unable to pierce through it. The situation had changed once again. Previously, Qianfen used the homing shells to force Zhonglu and the Star Moon sect's leader into a corner. Now, the homing shells were no longer effective, and Qianfen was being chased by Lei Long. The dragon's roar was like thunder, and every roar was accompanied by the power of the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding air to explode. Qianfen was also injured by the explosive air currents. Zhonglu and the Star Moon sect's leader stood on the plain and didn't make a move. Judging from their pale faces, the fusion of this thunder dragon had consumed most of their devil energy. Rumble! A huge explosion suddenly sounded out from Qianfeng's body, and he carried a fiery red cannon on his shoulder. What's that? Demon Lord and the Star Moon sect leader's expression changed as they looked at Qianfen vigilantly. The fire cloud cannon was incomparably huge, and there was a domineering long dragon engraved on its body. The mouth of the dragon was the cannon. Whether it was the wind cloud mad demon cannon or the black dragon mecha's laser bullets, they were both weapons with a large area of effect. Although they were very powerful, they were not as powerful as the fire cloud cannon. Even the tracking missiles fired by the black dragon mecha could not compare. As soon as the fire cloud cannon appeared, Qin Feng bought a fire cloud rock without hesitation and spent 50,000 hedonist points. He aimed the cannon, which was as big as a human's waist, at the lightning dragon behind him and fired 5 consecutive shots. Rumble! Rumble! The 5 fire cloud cannons soared into the sky like 5 fire dragons. The sky above Qin Feng's head seemed to be on fire. The berserk aura of the cannonball was enough to destroy heaven and earth. The surging sea of fire instantly engulfed the lightning dragon, and a series of roars came from within the flames. Qin Feng turned into a white shadow and disappeared within the violent explosion. Everyone on the plains was stunned, and looked at the strange scene in the sky in disbelief. The fire cloud cannon finally shattered the thunder dragon. The 100-meter-long thunder dragon exploded into ice shards, and the lightning ball inside exploded again. It was as if it wanted to blast open a crack in the sky. Icicles and flames fell like rain, forming a strange scene of ice and fire. However, the crowd was completely in an uproar. They covered their heads and scurried away, no longer in the mood to enjoy this strange scene. How is this possible? He actually broke through our joint attack. The Star-Moon Hierarch was still in a daze, allowing the flames and ice to smash onto her delicate body. Demon Lord was also confused. This Demon King was really shocked by Qin Feng's strength. He is not only a martial arts master, but also has advanced technology. With today's technology, what kind of product can defeat our fused Thunder Dragon? Demon Lord muttered to himself. The two of them racked their brains, but still couldn't understand. They didn't know what kind of product Qin Feng was wearing, and they didn't know why the fire cloud cannon on his shoulder was so powerful. Swish! A white shadow flashed, and Qin Feng was already standing behind the two of them. The muzzle of the fire cloud cannon was pointed at Demon Lord and the Star-Moon Hierarch. Qin Feng, what are you doing? The arrogant Star-Moon Hierarch panicked for the first time. Demon Lord's body was also slightly trembling, but he pretended to be calm and said, "You can't kill us. It is a declaration of war against the entire demon race. Since the beginning of the martial arts world in China, the righteous and demon factions have been established. During this period, although there were constant battles, they were just small skirmishes. Once you kill me and the Star-Moon Hierarch, the righteous and demon factions will be completely incompatible. When the war starts, there will be countless casualties. I believe you also don't want to see that scene, right?" Demon Lord looked at the problem far enough. He understood Qin Feng's concerns, but he thought too highly of himself. So what if he was a demon king? The Saintess was even more indifferent. When the real crisis came, saving her life was the most important thing. Bang! A loud explosion sounded. In the eyes of Demon Lord and the Star-Moon Hierarch, a fire cloud cannon hit the two of them at the same time. Under such a close-range attack, the two of them did not even have time to prepare. In an instant, they were knocked into the sky and exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. The empty plain suddenly fell into a dead silence, and only the continuous sound of the explosion could be heard. The group of demon disciples no longer ran for their lives. They stood in the same place as if their souls were taken away. Looking at the dead Demon King and Saintess, they always felt like they were in a dream. The Demon King and Saintess of a generation, two powerful 4th-level demon generals, died so easily. This was definitely a subversive blow to the demon race. Unless they invited those old demons who have been hiding for nearly 100 years, who else could stop Qin Feng? Do you still want to resist? Qin Feng killed Demon Lord and the Star-Moon Hierarch, but he did not even look at the sky. His cold eyes swept across the crowd, scaring the demon disciples into bowing their heads. Wolala! Clanging sounds of weapons being thrown rang out on the plain. Sticks, blades, and swords were scattered on the ground. Hundreds of demon elites were completely shocked by Qin Feng's power. Now, even the Demon King and the Star Moon Holy Girl were dead, and the representatives of the other three sects were seriously injured. Who would dare to go against Qinfen? According to the rules of the Demon Race Convention, I have reached the peak of the martial gathering today. In the future, I will be the existence of the Demon Race's king. You dared to ally with the traitors of the Demon Race to kill me. Do you repent? Qinfen's voice was as loud as a bell, clearly transmitted to the ears of every demon disciple. Everyone already knew Qinfen's identity as the leader of the martial arts world. A righteous martial cultivator was elected as the Demon Race's king. This was the first time in the thousands of years since the establishment of the Demon Race. It was ridiculous to think about it. However, no one could laugh. The group of demon disciples had bitter expressions as if someone had died in their family. They had no choice but to accept this fact. Otherwise, only death awaited them. Light Tower's Elder Black Star greets Demon King Qinfen. In the future, I am willing to serve the Demon King without any hesitation. After a brief silence, shouts came from the crowd. Many sect disciples looked toward Elder Black Star of the Light Tower, their eyes filled with helplessness. Flying Fox Snow Mountain greets Demon King Qinfen. Ancient Demon Sword greets Demon King Qinfen. Void Soul Palace's Soul Lock Master and Soul Snatch Sect Leader have betrayed the Demon Race. Demon King Qinfen, please punish them. More and more demon disciples knelt in front of Qinfen. When the 5 demon sects all surrendered, the disciples of nearly 100 sects on the plain all surrendered. Qinfen stood in the middle of the crowd. The spectacular scene made Su Ruoro and Hua Yan unable to come back to their senses. Qinfen, you're so amazing. I've almost been charmed to death by you. He suddenly heard a voice that was neither male nor female, acting coquettishly. It scared Qinfen so much that he almost kicked Li Tao away. He threw Li Tao's arm away, and his expression was colder than ice. Are you crazy? Get out of my way. Li Tao pouted and looked at Qinfen with an aggrieved expression. Young Master Qin, don't be so fierce. I'll listen to you. Qinfen rolled his eyes and resisted the urge to slap Li Tao to death. The kneeling demon disciples were disgusted. They stole glances at Li Tao from time to time and shook their heads and sighed. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro finally came back to their senses. Seeing Li Tao acting coquettishly again, Hua Yan quickly ran over. Li Tao, I'm warning you. Stay away from Qinfen in the future. Otherwise, I'll cut off our relationship as sisters. Su Ruoro stared at Li Tao seriously and said, Hua Yan is right. If you dare to have any ideas about Qinfen, we'll cut off our relationship as sisters. Li Tao pouted and twisted his waist. Qinfen was so scared that he did not dare to speak. He looked at Su Ruoro and Hua Yan, then at Li Tao. Since when did these three become sisters? This world was too fucking crazy. With the death of Zhonglu and the Star Moon sect's leader, Qinfen completely dominated the demon race. However, Qinfen was not interested in the title of Demon King. He came to the demon race's sacred land to save Lu Yu. Now that he had saved Lu Yu, Qinfen did not stay in the demon race's sacred land for long and left with everyone. Once Qinfen left, all the demon sects were dumbfounded. Everyone thought that Qinfen killed the Demon King and the Holy Maiden to dominate the demon race. He might even make the demon race the slaves of the righteous martial cultivators and suppress the demon race until they could never rise again. In the end, Qinfen fought with the representatives of the 5 major demon sects and caused such a huge commotion and an earth-shattering battle of life and death. In the end, he took Hua Yan and the others and left without saying a word, as if nothing had happened. Not only were the demon sects speechless, even Hua Yan and the others felt it was funny when they recalled Qinfen's actions. Especially after Lu Yu knew the reason, she didn't know what to say to Qinfen. This son-in-law was really fierce. In order to save her, he killed his way into the demon race's sacred land, captured the demon king, and fought against the demon sections. This was unprecedented. After leaving the demon race's sacred land, the 5 of them rushed all the way to the hero city of the outer martial world. It was the first time for Hua Yan, Lu Yu, and Li Tao to come here, and they were shocked by the magnificent construction of the hero city. Hua Yan was especially excited when she entered the hero city. It was built exactly the same as the hero city of Acropolis City. If it weren't for the fact that she was unfamiliar with the people here, she would have thought that she had returned to Acropolis City. "Master, you're back. Old lover, are you okay?" Xiao Li and Qian Huanchild rushed over as soon as Qin Fan entered the hero city. Although Qin Fan seemed to be fine, the 2 women were still very worried. "Wow! So there are a few good sisters here. Hello, my name is Li Tao. From now on, we're a family." When Li Tao saw the 2 women, he took the initiative to greet them. He held Xiao Li's arm and chatted with Qian Huanchild like sisters. Xiao Li was so scared that her face turned pale. She froze on the ground and forgot to move. Qian Huanchild's expression turned cold, and he directly slapped Li Tao away. "Bastard, Xiao Li and I are Alliance Master Qin's women. How dare you touch us?" Chapter 1253. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Li Tao was sent flying into a building a dozen meters away, along with the row of houses. The martial artists surrounding them were all dumbfounded. They nervously stood to the side, not daring to speak. Dust rose from the ruins of the building. Li Tao was crushed under a rock, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro's beautiful eyes widened. They were shocked by Elder Qian Huanchild's strength. Hua Yan unconsciously hid behind Qin Feng. She could see that she was no match for Elder Qian Huanchild. Would this old woman kill her as well? "You old woman, who told you to do this?" "Xiao Li, go and find Li Tao. He is your good sister." Qin Feng's words woke everyone up. Xiao Li was stunned and didn't move. Elder Qian Huanchild's mouth was wide open, and his eyes were about to pop out. All the elders of the martial arts sects gathered here. Everyone came forward. Wen Yiming was also confused. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qin Feng, that was a man, right?" Qin Feng blushed. He didn't know how to explain Li Tao's existence. This guy was neither a man nor a woman. It was really a headache. Ahem. Let me introduce him to everyone. Li Tao is indeed a man. However, because he cultivated some special skills, his personality changed greatly. Anyway, just ignore him. After this battle with the demons, Qin Fan was saved by Li Tao. He planned to let Li Tao stay in this hero city outside of the martial arts world to help him develop his forces. With an expert like Li Tao overseeing things, Qin Fan felt more at ease. Everyone still didn't understand Li Tao's situation. All of them stared at each other in confusion. At this time, Xiao Li walked back with Li Tao. That palm strike from Thousand Illusion Child was indeed powerful. It broke Li Tao's sternum. "Master," Xiao Li looked at Qin Feng with a wronged expression. She couldn't understand why Master wanted her to be Li Tao's sister. Could it be that Master had too many women around him and didn't like her? Qin Feng looked at the half-dead Li Tao. This guy's life was as tenacious as a cockroach. He didn't die even after being beaten like this. Qin Feng admired him. "Xiao Li, take Li Tao to rest. Give him some healing medicine and find someone to take care of him," Qin Feng said to Xiao Li. The corner of Xiao Li's mouth curled up. She was a little depressed as she prepared to leave. However, Li Tao weakly smiled at Thousand Illusion Child and said, "Big sister, your strength is not bad. When I recover, I will spar with you again. I will go easy on you." Thousand Illusion Child had been standing to the side with a cold expression after slapping people. Now that Li Tao had taken the initiative to cause trouble, she was so angry that she raised her jade-like hand to slap him again. Li Tao still had a sweet smile on his face and did not seem to be afraid of death at all. Qin Feng hurriedly grabbed Elder Thousand Illusion Child and kicked Li Tao away. "Shaoli, quickly take that idiot away." Li Tao was finally taken away. The martial arts heroes surrounding them had a strange look on their faces. They finally realized that there was something wrong with Li Tao. Why was this guy acting like a woman? The atmosphere became a little awkward. Those martial arts heroes stared at Qin Feng with strange expressions. No one dared to say anything. Qin Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. He cleared his throat, pretended to be calm, and said, "Why is everyone gathered here? Don't you need to cultivate?" Everyone abruptly came to their senses, and one or two pretended to disperse. When Yiming walked over and asked worriedly, "Brother Qin Feng, I heard from Shaoli that you went to the demon race's holy land. Did something happen?" The crowd that had just dispersed immediately gathered back. Everyone had been worried about Qin Feng these past few days. If Qin Feng did not return in a few days, these martial arts heroes planned to kill their way to the demon race's holy land. Without needing Qin Feng to speak, Hua Yan yelled excitedly, "How could something have happened to my darling? You guys still don't know. He killed everyone in the demon race convention and became this generation's king of the demon race. Ro and I were even conferred the title of demon race's saintess." In the end, Demon King Zhonglu joined forces with the experts of the four great demon sects to kill Qin Feng, but they were all killed by Qin Feng. Hua Yan said everything as soon as she opened her mouth. There was so much information in her words that all the heroes in the martial arts world were dumbfounded. When Yiming was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. He recognized Hua Yan and looked at her with an excited expression. "Hua Yan's good friend, is what you said true? Does this mean that Brother Qin Feng has unified the righteous and demonic sects?" Hua Yan smiled brightly at Wen Yiming and patted her towering chest heroically. "Brother Wen, why would I, Hua Yan, boast? Qin Feng is now the leader of the martial arts world and the king of the demon race. In the future, following him is the right thing to do." It was the first time for the martial arts people present to see Hua Yan, so they were more or less unable to believe her words. What she said was too shocking. Su Roro saw through everyone's thoughts. She looked at Qin Feng, and after getting his permission, she told everyone what had happened in the demon race's holy land. This time, the entire hero city was shocked. Everyone knew that Su Roro never lied, so Qin Feng really became the king of the demon race. The leader of the martial arts world became the king of the demon race. Ha! Why is this so fun? Since ancient times, righteous and demonic sects have been at odds with each other. I didn't think that the leader of the martial arts world would be unified by Qin Feng. This is simply unprecedented. What Qin Feng did this time defied common sense, and it was earth-shattering. It caused the crowd to exclaim repeatedly. Wen Yiming was also full of shock, but after the excitement passed, his expression became serious, and he pulled Qin Feng to the side. "Brother Wen, what's the matter?" Qin Feng saw through Wen Yiming's thoughts. "Brother Qin Feng, this time you caused havoc in the demon race's holy land and killed Demon King Chonglu and Star Moon Saintess. This is a major event for the demon race, and I'm afraid that it will attract a lot of trouble in the future." Qin Feng didn't know much about the demon race, so he asked doubtfully. "The Demon King and Saintess were killed, and the top experts of the 5 demon sects couldn't do anything to me. Would they dare to secretly take revenge on me?" Wen Yiming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now, the demon race naturally doesn't dare to offend you. Even if they don't recognize you as the king of the demon race, you are still the leader of the martial arts world. The righteous and demonic sects are evenly matched, and if they really fight, it will be a war to the death. However, the demon race has been developing for hundreds of years, and during this period, countless experts have appeared. It is rumored that 100 years ago, the demon race gave birth to a demon king realm expert, which is equivalent to the orthodox martial cultivation of the immortal chi stage. However, the old monsters hidden in the demon race's holy land are not limited to that one person. No one knows how many demon king realm experts there are, and there are even old demon kings of higher realms. If those old monsters come out of seclusion, then you will be in big trouble. Qin Feng became a monk after getting the Hedonist sovereign system more than a year ago. He knew very little about the sects and secret history of Huaxia, and even less about those real hidden experts. Not only did the demon race have hidden experts in seclusion, but there were also countless hidden experts in the righteous martial cultivation world. Although the outer martial arts world was already under Qin Feng's control, the inner and outer hidden sects were just the tip of the iceberg of Huaxia's martial cultivation world. The real experts and super sects were all hidden, and unless they came out of seclusion, no one could find their whereabouts. There are these kinds of demon king experts? Then when I caused havoc in the demon race's holy land, why didn't I see those old monsters come out of seclusion? Qin Feng was extremely shocked. When Yiming shook his head with some uncertainty, that's hard to say. Actually, I heard the information about the hidden old monsters of the demon race from the sect leader. As for where my Snow Mountain sect leader got the information, I don't know, and I can't even determine whether the information is true or false. However, Huaxia's thousands of years of history must have given birth to many powerful experts. These experts only care about the Tao and don't care about worldly affairs. What is a mere demon race in the outer martial arts world to them? As long as the demon race isn't destroyed, I'm afraid they won't easily come out of seclusion. When Yiming said all that he had heard, and Qin Feng's black eyes flickered with uncertainty. So, there are real hidden experts in the righteous martial arts world. When Yiming couldn't confirm the information about the demon race, but when it came to the righteous martial arts world, his expression immediately became firm and respectful. There are definitely hidden experts in the righteous martial arts world, and I heard that they exist in the outer martial arts world. Qin Feng's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Outer martial arts world. You mean the inner hidden sects?" Of course not the inner hidden sects. Actually, the inner hidden sects are also a part of the hidden experts, but they are the weakest branch. Although the inner hidden sects all have concealment formations, their disciples still have close contact with the secular world, which interferes with everyone's heart of cultivation, and in the outer martial arts world, other than the outer hidden sects and the inner hidden sects, it is rumored that there are also absolute sects. They are called absolute sects because they completely cut off contact with the secular world. There are no traces of these sects, and unless their disciples take the initiative to come out of seclusion to train, you won't be able to see them at all. When Yiming said a lot of important information, allowing Qin Feng to have a deeper understanding of the cultivation and factions of Huaxia. The reason why he stepped into the outer martial arts world and fought for the position of Alliance Master was all to find his mother's whereabouts. Qin Feng found out the location of his mother's sect from his grandfather, Qin Shitian. However, he asked all the major sects in the outer martial arts world, but he still couldn't find the whereabouts of the Thousand Shadow sect. It was as if the Thousand Shadow sect did not exist in the Huaxia martial arts world. Now that he heard Wen Yiming's words, Qin Feng immediately understood. "Brother Wen, do you know which sects are in the absolute sects?" Qin Feng looked at Wen Yiming with a hurried expression. "I've only heard of the absolute sects, and I don't know how many sects there are in there. However, I heard someone mention the Thousand Shadow sect. It is said that 20 years ago, someone from that sect came out to train, and it is also the most recent sect to come out of seclusion. Wen Yiming's words caused Qin Feng's expression to change greatly. His guess was right, the Thousand Shadow sect his mother belonged to was indeed one of the absolute sects. Brother Wen, my mother is in the Thousand Shadow sect. Help me find out about the Thousand Shadow sect, I want to know immediately. Chapter 1254. After Wen Yiming learned of the situation, he was astonished. So Qin Feng's mother was a disciple of the Absolute Sect, the Thousand Shadows sect. The entire outer martial world knew that Qin Feng was looking for his mother. After hearing this, the entire outer martial world mobilized to help Qin Feng find his mother. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. No matter how hard they tried, they did not manage to obtain any detailed information about the Thousand Shadow sect. The Extinction sect was even more mysterious than the inner hidden sects. It was definitely a secluded sect that lived in seclusion. It would only appear once every 10 to 20 years if a disciple of the sect wanted to leave the mountain for training. Qin Feng stayed in Hero City in the outer martial world for the past few days, waiting for news. He didn't eat, drink, or sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro stayed in Hero City, and when they saw Qin Feng's sullen face, they felt depressed. Shaoli, did Qin Feng eat breakfast today? In the Immortal Ascension Cave in Hero City, Hua Yan and the other women were cultivating. Shaoli pouted and shook her head. This is the 4th day Master hasn't eaten. He can't go on like this. Sisters, quickly think of something. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro sat on one side while Elder Thousand Illusion Child sat in the corner. The 4 women stared at each other, but no one could think of a solution. Everyone knew Qin Feng's personality. When he was stubborn, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. Sister Ruoro, you're still a virgin. The atmosphere fell silent. Shaoli suddenly looked at Su Ruoro. Hua Yan and Elder Thousand Illusion Child also looked over. Su Ruoro blushed. She looked at Shaoli in confusion. She didn't understand why Shaoli was asking about this. Yes, what is it? Sister Ruoro is really a virgin. Why didn't you do it with Master? Shaoli suddenly became excited and looked at Su Ruoro with a gossipy expression. Even Hua Yan and Elder Thousand Illusion Child looked over curiously. The 2 women knew Qin Feng the best. That guy was too strong. How could he keep a woman like Su Ruoro by his side and not do it? This was not in line with Qin Feng's personality. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, I tried, but Qin Feng didn't agree. At that time, he saved me from Serenity and said he wanted to build up our relationship again. Then it dragged on until now. Hua Yan and the other 2 women came to a sudden realization. Shaoli's big eyes turned, and she suddenly smirked. Big Sister Ruoro, why don't you go and serve Master? Maybe Master will be in a better mood. Hua Yan and Qian Huantong immediately understood Shaoli's intention. Both of them jumped up and said, that's right. Qin Feng loves sex the most. I'll go find him, hey. You don't have to go. I'll go. You stay here and cultivate. Qianhuan Child quickly caught up with Hua Yan. He wanted to snatch the opportunity from her. Su Ruoro and Shaoli hadn't slept with Qin Feng, so they blushed when they saw Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child acting so boldly. At this moment, Li Tao ran in excitedly. He blocked Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child and yelled, Sisters, you're too weak. You should stay and cultivate. I'll go serve young Master Qin, fuck your grandfather. The 4 women flew into a rage at the same time and sent Li Tao flying with 4 kicks. After taking care of Li Tao, Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child glared at each other angrily. Hua Yan yelled, Who are you? Why do you have to go? Qin Feng likes young and beautiful women. How old are you? Thousand Illusion Child wasn't someone to be trifled with. He wasn't afraid of Hua Yan's overbearing aura. He squeezed his chest and said, "Who cares how old I am? My skin is smooth and my figure is super good. You didn't see Qin Feng do that with me. He likes me." Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child became bolder and bolder as they spoke. Su Ruoro wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide. Xiao Li's heart raced. The scene of Qin Feng suppressing Thousand Illusion Child at the Chuan Central Restaurant appeared in her mind. It was too exciting. Stop fighting. I think it's better to let big sister Ruoro go. The effect will be better. Seeing that Hua Yan and elder Qian Huan were about to fight, Xiao Li hurriedly went to stop them. The two of them finally calmed down and quickly understood Xiao Li's intention. Su Ruoro was still a virgin, and she was also a woman that Qin Feng had known for a long time. If she went to serve Qin Feng now, it would indeed be twice the result with half the effort. The three women all looked at Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. Xiao Li, you're also a virgin, right? Why don't you go? Su Ruoro wasn't ready. She didn't even know how to serve Qin Feng. Xiao Li's charming face blushed. She was looking forward to having sex with her master, but she felt that her master's feelings for her were lacking. In short, he wasn't as intimate as he was with Hua Yan and Su Ruoro. Forget about me. I'm only master's servant. Big sister Ruoro should go. You definitely don't want to see master disappointed again. Su Ruoro was instantly in a dilemma. She hesitated for a moment before saying, but I don't know how to." Hua Yan immediately jumped out. She excitedly hugged Su Ruoro's arm and said with a smile, "Why not? I don't have anyone to teach me my first time. It's actually very simple. I'll teach you." Hua Yan said as she started to take off Su Ruoro's clothes. Su Ruoro was so frightened that she screamed, "Aw." "Hua Yan, don't do anything rash." Thousand Illusion Child helplessly rolled his eyes. He went up to help Hua Yan hold Su Ruoro down. "Why are you so shy? We're all women. It's not like I'll eat you up." Xiao Li watched as Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child worked together to strip Su Ruoro naked. She felt that it was very cruel, but she didn't step up to help Su Ruoro. The cave had long been occupied by the four women, and no one dared to enter. Su Ruoro stood naked under the rock wall and shyly covered her body with her hands. Hua Yan curled her lips and complained, "Ruoro, you can't be so shy. That bastard likes to be wild. You have to stick out your chest and show him your charms." Su Ruoro was completely naked. Su Ruoro was like a little white rabbit that fell into a wolf's den. She nervously looked at Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child. I won't do that. Why don't you two go instead?" Thousand Illusion Child leaped in front of Su Ruoro. He directly grabbed Su Ruoro's hands behind her back and lifted her up. "What's there to be afraid of? TSK, I really couldn't tell that you're such a good girl." Xiao Li was dumbstruck. Hua Yan pulled up her collar and glanced at her own. Then, she looked at Su Ruoro and said, "They're about the same as mine. Qin Feng will definitely like them." Su Ruoro's face and ears were already red. She discovered that Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child were too bold. They dared to say anything. It was truly embarrassing. However, Thousand Illusion Child was still not satisfied. He kicked Su Ruoro's leg away. "You're a genius in cultivation, but why aren't you enlightened in this area? When you go to find Qin Feng later, you have to separate your legs. Otherwise, what's going to happen to Qin Feng?" Hua Yan was still arguing with Thousand Illusion Child, but now, she was on the same team. That's right, you have to take the initiative. Don't shrink your body. That won't do. Su Ruoro was forced to undergo special training by Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child. After the training ended, she felt like her entire body was about to burn. Hua Yan glanced at Su Ruoro. She was still not satisfied with her. She pulled her clothes off. Ha! Hua Yan, what are you doing? Su Ruoro's little heart was about to jump out of her throat as she watched Hua Yan walk toward her. Ruoro, don't be afraid. I'll teach you a few tricks. I'm sure you'll be able to capture Qin Feng's heart. Hua Yan smiled evilly and suddenly hugged Su Ruoro. She even moved Su Ruoro's body and made some movements. Su Ruoro was so frightened that she almost cried. Wah! I'm not playing anymore. Please spare me. Su Ruoro began to beg for mercy. Su Ruoro began to beg for mercy. She felt that Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child were too crazy and that she needed to stay away from these two women in the future. Hua Yan was having a lot of fun. She even patted Su Ruoro's body and said that Qin Feng loved to do this. The cave was filled with boundless spring scenery. Su Ruoro's begging voice could be heard from time to time. Qin Feng had not been able to find his mother for the past 3 days. He was depressed and wanted to find the girls to relieve his boredom. However, he could not find them after searching all over Hero City. Now that Qin Feng had entered the Immortal Ascension Cave, this was the only place he had not searched. Hua Yan. What are you doing? Qin Feng was stunned by the scene in front of him as soon as he entered the cave. Hua Yan was pressing down on Su Ruoro and doing something to her. Su Ruoro was so frightened that she burst into tears. The cave was suddenly silent, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. The 4 girls looked at Qin Feng at the entrance of the cave with different expressions. Su Ruoro finally saw her savior. She hurriedly cried, Wah! Wah! Qin Feng, save me! They are bullying me! Qin Feng was so angry that he rushed up to Hua Yan and hugged her. He patted her body a few times and said, Hua Yan, what are you doing? I think you need to be taught a lesson. Shaoli and Thousand Illusion Child were so frightened that they retreated to the side. They did not dare to speak. Hua Yan struggled out of Qin Feng's embrace. She didn't care about her exposed spring scenery. She punched Qin Feng's chest and yelled, Why are you yelling at me? I'm teaching Ruoro to serve you. You should be thanking me. Qin Feng's expression froze. He was instantly rendered speechless by Hua Yan. Qin Feng's heart softened when he saw the red fingerprints on Hua Yan's snow-white skin. He hugged her and caressed her. Don't mess around with this kind of thing. Does it hurt? Qin Feng did not hold back, so Hua Yan did not feel any pain. She secretly gave Su Ruoro a look. Then, she pretended to be angry and pushed Qin Feng away. She picked up the chi bao on the ground and walked out. It hurts. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's go and ignore Qin Feng. Hua Yan pulled Thousand Illusion Child and Shaoli and ran out. The 2 girls understood what she meant. Before they left, they turned around and gave Su Ruoro a look. Su Ruoro was so embarrassed that she was at a loss of what to do. Only Qin Feng and Su Ruoro were left in the cave. Su Ruoro was still standing by the wall naked. Her body was red and white because of Hua Yan's pinching. Qin Feng swallowed his saliva. Chapter 1255. Su Ruoro blushed. Her mind was filled with the bold and unrestrained thoughts that Hua Yan and Thousand Illusion Child had always instilled in her. She stole a glance at Qin Feng and saw the fire burning in his eyes. Su Ruoro gritted her teeth and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Ruoro! Before Qin Feng could finish, Su Ruoro stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. That's enough. I've made up my mind. A wave of softness rippled in his arms. Qin Feng no longer suppressed the fire in his stomach, and the cave began to sway. After some time, the commotion died down. Qin Feng held Su Ruoro in his arms lovingly and helped her comb her loose hair. Su Ruoro was like a little deer in Qin Feng's arms. She hugged his neck tightly and refused to let go. From now on, she had officially become Qin Feng's woman. There was an indescribable excitement in her heart. Qin Feng was infatuated with Su Ruoro. He spent every day with her in the cave. Not only did they have fun together, but they also cultivated together. With Qin Feng's help, Su Ruoro advanced to the middle stage of Stage 9 Inner Qi in just a few days. Her strength was comparable to a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Qin Feng stayed in Hero City for a week, but there was still no news from the Thousand Shadow sect. His hope was gradually extinguished, and he was somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, he received a call from Yan Wushuang. Qin Feng, where are you? Yan Wushuang's anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Qin Feng raised his brows and said, I'm out in the martial arts world. Did something happen? Something happened on the island. The leaders of the 12 Peaks of the Dragon sect asked me to call you back. Yan Wushuang went straight to the point. Qin Feng thought that something had happened in Acropolis City or the provincial capital. Is it serious? Qin Feng asked. It's very serious. Almost all the 9 dragons and 5 tigers of China went to the island, and they suffered heavy casualties. The dragon god also went there a few days ago, and he seems to be at his limit. Yan Wushuang said quickly. Qin Feng was looking for his mother's whereabouts, so he did not want to care about other things. This time, the leaders of the 12 Peaks of the Dragon sect did not call him back personally. Instead, they asked Yan Wushuang because they were afraid that Qin Feng would not come back. Alright, I'll go to the Dragon sect's base to look for you. Qin Feng quickly agreed. He had no idea what had happened on the island, so he rushed back because of Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was an intelligent woman. She knew what the leaders of the Dragon sect and Qin Feng were thinking. She suddenly said in a soft voice, Qin Feng, thank you. However, she heard Qin Feng's evil laughter through the phone. If you want to thank me, then show me your actions. I won't accept verbal thanks. Yan Wushuang suddenly recalled what happened between her and Qin Feng after she was injured in the Verdant Gate's base. Qin Feng had treated her with acupuncture, and the two of them had naturally become one. Yan Wushuang was so embarrassed that her face turned red. You're so annoying. I'm hanging up. Come back quickly, we can talk about other things when we meet. Yan Wushuang hung up the phone and sat in her office in a daze, thinking about Qin Feng. The scenes of her and Qin Feng replayed in her mind like a movie. The two of them knew each other and fell in love with each other. In the beginning, Yan Wushuang wanted to kill Qin Feng because he killed her fiancé, Wei Xiaolei. Later, Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang completed all kinds of difficult missions in the Dragon sect. They sabotaged the William family's superpower experiment plan in the US and found out that the Wei family and the Yamaguchi-gumi were laundering money in Hong Kong. In these dangerous missions, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Qin Feng saved Yan Wushuang's life several times and gradually won her heart. Knowing that Qin Feng was rushing back to the Dragon sect's base and would probably see him this afternoon, Yan Wushuang was very excited. Wushuang, what are you thinking about sitting here alone? While Yan Wushuang was lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly hugged by a strong arm from behind. The man was strong and powerful. His hands were still groping her chest unscrupulously. Yan Wushuang was so scared that she jumped up. Qin Feng. Why are you back? Are you in the provincial capital? Yan Wushuang was shocked when she saw the man. She had just called Qin Feng not long ago. At that time, Qin Feng said he was in the martial arts world. Less than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng was standing in front of her. Yan Wushuang could not believe it. As usual, Yan Wushuang was wearing a tight black leather shirt and pants, which vividly outlined her curvaceous body. Qin Feng's heart was on fire when he saw her. He hugged Yan Wushuang tightly and groped her body. "Ah! Don't touch me. Someone might see it." Yan Wushuang was shy. If the members of the dragon sect saw her like a little girl, they would definitely be shocked. Qin Feng knew that Yan Wushuang was shy and conservative, so he did not tease her. He pulled Yan Wushuang to sit on a chair and said, "Oh right, Wushuang, why did you call me back in such a hurry?" Qin Feng used the system space-time door to travel back. That was why he returned so quickly. Yan Wushuang still could not accept it. She felt that Qin Feng was in the dragon sect's base all along. "Qin Feng, there's a battle on the island. The situation is very critical now." When it came to business, Yan Wushuang forgot about Qin Feng's sudden appearance. She wore a nervous and solemn expression. Qin Feng hugged Yan Wushuang's slender waist and stroked her hair lovingly. He said, "Don't worry. What kind of place is this island? I've never heard of it before." Yan Wushuang calmed down a little. She quickly explained to Qin Feng, "This island was discovered a month ago. It's located at the border between Huaxia and Japan. According to the map, this island belongs to Huaxia. However, the Japanese are unreasonable. They insisted that the island belongs to them. Half a month ago, the Huaxia diplomat and the Japanese officials had a dispute over the island. In a fit of rage, the Japanese mistakenly killed one of the diplomats. This instantly infuriated the Huaxia officials. Now, the armed forces of the two countries have gathered on the island. They're ready to fight at any time." Qin Feng listened with a serious face. He did not expect the island to be so serious. How dare a small Japanese country behave atrociously on the land of Huaxia? Just ask Huaxia to send the army to annihilate them. Qin Feng's status was high. His words and actions could decide the fate of the secular world and the martial arts world. Therefore, he was confident that he would annihilate the other party. Yan Wushuang agreed with Qin Feng's idea. That Japanese country was detestable. It was fine if they were annihilated. However, the current society was different from the past. How could they mobilize a large number of armed forces to wage a war? Whenever a country was in danger, they would ask for help from the mysterious forces of each country. And the mysterious force of Huaxia was the dragon sect. "Qin Feng, this is a serious matter. We can't wage a war. Huaxia will send the dragon sect to deal with Japan," Yan Wushuang said. Although Qin Feng was a member of the dragon sect and the green dragon of Huaxia, he did not stay in the dragon sect for long. His understanding of the dragon sect was even worse than the ordinary members of the Huang group. If Huaxia doesn't send the army, why would they send the dragon sect? How are we going to fight them? Qin Feng was frustrated. Yan Wushuang quickly explained, "Nowadays, the big countries rarely use their armed forces to wage a war. That will only cause great damage to both sides. Moreover, modern technology is so powerful that a missile can cause large-scale damage and death. That's the last resort. Now that the countries are in danger, they will send out mysterious forces. These mysterious forces will fight against each other to determine the winner. Qin Feng understood. He did not have to ask to know that the mysterious force of Huaxia was the dragon sect. He frowned and said, "Who is the mysterious force sent by Japan?" Yen Wushuang frowned and said solemnly, "Japan has sent experts from the Yamaguchi-gumi and a group of powerful ninjas." Qin Feng's pupils contracted when he heard the ninjas. He recalled that Miss Chioya, the heavenly ninja, had appeared when he and Yen Wushuang were on a money-laundering mission in Hong Kong. At that time, Qin Feng chased after Chioya and raped her. However, the woman escaped in the end. Yamaguchi-gumi and ninjas. How powerful can they be? The dragon sect has a lot of experts, and even the 9 dragons and 5 tigers are there. Can't they suppress this group of rookies? Qin Feng was puzzled. Yen Wushuang sighed and said, "If it were an ordinary ninja, they would not have suppressed the Dragon Gate. But this time, the government of Japan has made up their mind. They even sent the 6 great ninjas of Japan. These 6 people represent the strongest force of Japan. According to the news from the 9 dragons and 5 tigers, the 6 great ninjas are as strong as the true Qi stage. Their strength is beyond imagination." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The last time he met Miss Chioya, he had some understanding of the division of ninjas in Japan. Ninjas were divided into 6 levels: God Ninja, Heaven Ninja, Earth Ninja, Jounin, Middle Ninja, and Lower Ninja. The difference in strength between these 6 ranks was huge. Miss Chioya seemed to be Japan's #1 ninja. When she fought with Qin Feng, she was comparable to a stage 9 inner Qi stage martial artist in China. Then, the strength of a ninja god was obviously comparable to a true Qi stage. The divine dragon also went. Qin Feng had already realized how troublesome this battle would be. 6 experts comparable to the true Qi realm were indeed difficult to deal with. Most importantly, Qin Feng didn't know how powerful the ninjas were. If even the divine dragon couldn't defeat them, then they would at least be comparable to a stage 4 true Qi stage martial artist in China. The divine dragon went the day before yesterday. He had already fought with 1 autumn wind blade, one of the 6 great ninjas. I heard that the fight ended in a draw. Because of this, the 12 Peaks urgently asked me to think of a way to get you back. Qin Feng was very clear about the divine dragon's strength. He was a stage 2 true Qi stage martial artist. Coupled with the various spiritual weapons in the sovereign peace system, he was not afraid of fighting a stage 3 true Qi stage martial artist. Even the divine dragon only ended in a draw. It seemed that the divine ninjas of Japan were really powerful. Qin Feng, you're finally back. At this time, a hurried and pleasant voice came into the room. Qin Feng looked up and saw Lu Bingbing walking in wearing a well-ironed military uniform. She still looked valiant and formidable. "Bingbing, how have you been?" Qin Feng stood up and hugged Lu Bingbing. Yen Wushuang felt a fire burning in her heart. Chapter 1256. Do you still care about me? You always leave for a long time without even calling me. You might as well not come back. Lu Bingbing complained with a cold face. Lu Bing complained with a cold face. She and Yen Wushuang used to be cold, heartless, and arrogant women, but after falling in love with Qin Feng, they often became jealous. Qin Feng put his arm around Lu Bingbing's waist and let her complain. He caressed Lu Bingbing's back and looked at her lovingly. "Bingbing, I went to the sacred ground of the demon clan to rescue someone and found out about my mother's whereabouts. I've been busy investigating." Don't be angry, Lu Bingbing was a rational woman. She became excited when she found out about Qin Feng's mother. "Where's Auntie? Do you need me to ask the dragon sect for help?" Yen Wushuang walked over quickly. The jealousy in her disappeared. She asked nervously, so you're busy. Why don't you go find Auntie first? Senior Dragon God should be able to hold on for a few more days. The two women were excited. That was Qin Feng's mother, their future mother-in-law. They wondered what kind of person their mother-in-law was. It would be troublesome if she was not easy to talk to. Qin Feng put his arms around Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing and said gently, "Don't worry. I've asked the martial arts world to help me find out about this. Now that Japan is bullying us, how can I let them go so easily? Let's go to the island now." Seeing that Qin Feng had made up his mind, Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang stopped persuading him. The three of them went to the Dragon Sect's meeting room. Due to the recent crisis, the meeting room was filled with the Dragon Sect's higher-ups. They were discussing the plan in full swing. When Qin Feng walked in, the noisy room fell silent. The 12 peak leaders, team leaders, and instructors all widened their eyes and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. "Oh, Qin Feng, you're finally back." The 12 peak leaders were the first to wake up. They greeted Qin Feng excitedly as if they saw their savior. The rest of them came to their senses and surrounded Qin Feng immediately. "Senior Azure Dragon, we've seen hope again." Yellow Group Leader Lei Ming, Black Group Deputy Leader Song Chongqing, Flying Bird, Exploding Bear. "Greetings, Senior Azure Dragon." Qin Fen was an existence that surpassed everyone in the Dragon Gate. Even the 12 peaks could not order Qin Fen to do anything. He carried the titles of Hua Xia's Azure Dragon, Martial Arts Alliance Master, and so on. He even defeated the #1 martial artist in the secular world, Senior Dragon God. He had already become a legend in the secular world of Hua Xia. "Everyone, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Now that our country is in danger, let's work together and chase away the ants from Japan." Qin Fen didn't put on airs and brought the topic back to business with just a few words. The 12 upper peaks nodded appreciatively at Qin Fen. One of the representatives stepped forward and said, "Qin Fen, the island situation is critical now. If it weren't for Senior Dragon God who rushed over 2 days ago, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Qin Feng had learned about the situation on the island from Yan Wushuang. He waved his hand to interrupt 12 peaks and said, "I know everything. Bring me to the island now." Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they quickly regained their senses. The originally dejected crowd was instantly energized, as if they had seen a new hope because of Qin Feng's arrival. "Qin Feng, let's set off now. Firebird, I'll leave the Dragon's Gate base to you for now. You must be prepared to fight at any time." 12 peaks did not waste any more time. They immediately arranged the important matters and left with Qin Feng. Qin Feng called Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing along. The group was escorted to the island by more than 10 military vehicles. The military vehicles all had military license plates. There were also 2 armored vehicles at the front and back. They were very eye-catching on the street and attracted many onlookers. They arrived at the airport and took a private plane to the island. Actually, Qin Feng didn't have to go through so much trouble. He could land on the island in minutes using the spacetime door. However, it was not convenient for 12 peaks and Lu Bingbing to send them there. He was afraid that the magical effect of the spacetime door would scare them. They set off in the afternoon. It was already night when they arrived at the island. The hotel was booked a long time ago. It was only 2 kilometers away from the island. The hotel was fully booked, and the people staying in the hotel were all members of the Dragon's Gate. After knowing that Qin Feng was coming, everyone in the hotel surrounded the entrance. The formation of hundreds of elite martial artists scared many passers-by. Members of the Dragon's Gate welcomed Senior Dragon God. Just when Qin Feng got off the military vehicle, he saw 2 long lines at the entrance of the hotel. Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang were so shocked that their jaws dropped. 12 peaks looked calm. This should be arranged by them. China's 9 dragons and 5 tigers were here. They stood at the front of the crowd. Blue Dragon Ji was as tall and sturdy as a mountain. When he walked, he felt like the ground was shaking. Brother Qin Feng, Sister Wu Shuang, you're here. Ji Yi and Yan Wu Shuang were on a mission together in Hong Kong. They had a deep relationship. Dongfang Ming Wang was also here. He strode to Qin Feng and looked angry. You finally showed up. Wait until the national crisis is over, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Feng was reprimanded by Dongfang Ming Wang in front of everyone, but he couldn't say anything to refute. He knew why this old man was so angry. It was all because he broke off the engagement with Dongfang Qing Shui. Fortunately, Yuan Fu also walked over. He patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, Qin Feng, I can finally fight alongside you. Seeing Uncle Yuan, Qin Feng was filled with emotions. He patted Yuan Fu's shoulder and said, Uncle Fu, don't worry. You protected me before, so I'll protect you now. Ha! Great, great. The 9 dragons and 5 tigers took the initiative to greet Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was only the green dragon of China, and his status was lower than the red dragon Dongfang Ming Wang, the orange dragon Chen Qingdi, and the gold dragon Yuan Mo, no one dared to look down on Qin Feng. He was someone who defeated the divine dragon. Qin Feng, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold them off. While everyone was chatting, a low voice was heard. A white shadow flashed and the divine dragon stood in front of Qin Feng. Senior Divine Dragon, you're being too humble. How can a mere Japanese ant be your opponent? When other people saw the dragon god, they would immediately bow and bend their backs. They felt like they were shorter, but Qin Feng was still joking with him. It felt like they were brothers. The divine dragon looked serious. I'm not joking about this. Japan has gathered 6 ninjas this time. All 6 of them have extraordinary skills. Their strength is comparable to a wuxia martial artist in the true energy stage. We'd better be careful. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't let his guard down. He patted the divine dragon's shoulder and said, Come, let's talk in your room. Bing Bing, Wu Shuang, you guys go eat first. I'll return to my room later. Qin Feng followed the divine dragon into the hotel. A group of dragon sect members watched the 2 of them leave. The divine dragon stayed in the presidential suite on the top floor. As soon as he entered the room, he went straight to the point. Qin Feng, there were too many people just now. It's not good for me to boost others' morale and diminish my own. However, I've fought with the current leader of One Blade School, One Blade Autumn Wind. That guy's strength is comparable to a true energy stage 3. I used all my skills and only managed to fight him to a draw. However, according to the information I've gathered, One Blade Autumn Wind is the weakest among the 6 ninjas. The 6 ninjas of Japan each have a divine blade. With a divine blade, their strength is unfathomable. The divine dragon explained the situation here in detail. Qin Feng muttered in his heart. 6 divine blades of Japan. He didn't know what grade of spiritual weapon it was. Could it be more powerful than the Golden Phoenix? How did this battle go? Are there any rules? Qin Feng was furious. He couldn't wait to kill all the ninjas of Japan right now. The divine dragon frowned and said, There are rules. However, in the face of the huge benefits of the island, no one will abide by them. However, the battle between both sides is mainly based on the secret forces. It's the secret battle between the dragon sect martial artists and the ninjas of Japan. As for the naval battle between the warships of both sides, it's just a small fight for show. After Qin Feng understood the situation on the island, he understood why the dragon sect was in such a pressuring situation. China's 9 dragons and 5 tigers were Stage 9 Inner Chi or Stage 9 External Realm experts. Only the Divine Dragon was a true energy stage expert. The 6 ninjas of Japan were all true energy stage 3 or even more powerful existences. If it was just a battle between the secret forces, the dragon sect would naturally lose. However, now that Qin Feng was here, there was hope to turn this losing situation around. Let's sneak attack tonight and eliminate the 6 ninjas. Qin Feng had already made a decision. The Divine Dragon frowned and said, "Actually, there's another important reason why we're losing. This is a naval battle. Most of the experts from both sides fight on the sea. The ninjas of Japan have been specially trained to fight on the sea since young, but the members of the dragon sect are not good at it. Even you and I will be at a disadvantage." The Divine Dragon had experienced the pain of a naval battle in the previous battle. As long as the ninjas of the opponent escaped into the sea, the Divine Dragon couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, if they moved on the flying sword on the sea, it would be a big target and very easy to be attacked. That bunch of trash wants to fight on the sea. Then I'll accompany them to the end. A light smile flashed across Qin Feng's face. He planned to bring out the black tortoise to assist in the battle. Let's see if the ninjas of Japan still dare to dive into the sea. As long as they dared to dive into the sea, they would become the black tortoise's meal. After a discussion with the Divine Dragon, Qin Feng decided to launch the attack after midnight. That would be the time when the defense was the weakest. They would catch Japan off guard. There were still more than 2 hours before the battle. Qin Feng rushed all the way back to Kyoto today and didn't even have a sip of water. He returned to his suite after leaving the Divine Dragon's room. "Qin Feng, you're back. You haven't eaten, right?" As soon as he entered the suite, 2 beautiful women came up to him. Lu Bingbing had just taken a bath. She was wearing a thin white bathrobe, and her hair was still wet and draped over her shoulders. Yan Wushuang was still wearing a black leather jacket and pants. She looked a little nervous. "I've just finished discussing business with Senior Divine Dragon. Have you eaten?" Qin Feng hugged the 2 women and sat down on the sofa. Chapter 1257. "Qin Feng, you haven't eaten, right? I've brought you dinner. Hurry up and eat." Yan Wushuang rarely showed her caring side. If the members of the dragon sect saw this scene, they would be blinded by it. Before Qin Feng could get up, Lu Bingbing glared at Yan Wushuang and said, "Look at the time. Go to bed. I'm enough to take care of Qin Feng." "I don't need you." Then, Lu Bingbing hugged Qin Feng's arm and said softly, "Honey, I've prepared dinner for you. Let me feed you." Lu Bingbing was a cold and arrogant woman. She treated men coldly, but now, she acted like a little girl in front of Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang was not a belligerent person, but she was provoked by Lu Bingbing. She pulled Qin Feng's arm and said, "Why should I rest? You're done bathing. Why don't you go to bed? What's wrong with bathing? I'm not tired. Who are you to stop me?" "Pfft. Who wants to stop you? Don't flatter yourself. It's fun to be a third wheel, isn't it?" Yan Wushuang did not back down. The 2 women were at each other's throats. Qin Feng, who was sitting in the middle of the barrage, was nervous. Seeing that the 2 women were about to start a fight, Qin Feng hurried to the bathroom and said, "Ahem. I've eaten at Senior Dragon God's place. Go to bed. I still have some business to attend to after bathing." As soon as Qin Feng finished his sentence, he was already in the bathroom. He had not seen Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang for a while. He wanted to have sex with them, but the current situation made him give up the idea. He would die no matter who he slept with. Only Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing were left in the empty living room. They stared at each other from a meter away. Their faces were filled with coldness. Before Qin Feng came back, the two women were enemies. They both worked in the dragon sect and were in the top management of the heavenly group. They often quarreled over trivial matters, which scared the members of the dragon sect. Qin Feng rarely comes back. Are you satisfied now? Lu Bingbing glared at Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was unhappy. What do you mean satisfied? You're making it seem like I've done something wrong, and you're the one who's looking for trouble. You should reflect on yourself. Lu Bingbing's beautiful eyes widened. Me, reflect? Are you kidding me? Don't forget that I'm with Qin Feng first. Even if he accepts you, you'll be behind him. You'll be more like my servant. How could a proud woman like Yan Wushuang become someone else's servant? Or the servant of his rival in love? Don't be delusional. Every time Qin Feng and I go on a mission together, we go through life and death situations together. Our feelings are incomparable. You only have a slightly better appearance and figure. Qin Feng is only attracted to your beauty. Who knows, he might dump you one day. The two women quarreled until the sky darkened. Lu Bingbing was immediately displeased. She suddenly stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Yan Wushuang was stunned. She didn't know what Lu Bingbing was thinking. Hey! Where are you going? Lu Bingbing didn't stop. When she reached the bathroom door, she said coldly, You said Qin Feng only liked my body and beauty. Ha! Then I'll show you how charming I am. After Lu Bingbing finished speaking, she pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Yan Wushuang was stunned on the sofa. Qin Feng was taking a shower. He was startled by Lu Bingbing's sudden appearance. Bingbing. Why did you come in? Lu Bingbing was exasperated by Yan Wushuang. She was actually a conservative woman. Qin Feng had talked to her for a long time before he finally broke through his physical barrier. Standing at the bathroom door, Lu Bingbing's heart was about to jump out of her throat. Qin Feng stood naked in front of her. His muscles were strong, and his body was tall and straight. He was even more perfect than a fitness instructor. Lu Bingbing felt a burning desire in her heart. I'll take a shower together, Lu Bingbing gritted her teeth. She tore off her bathrobe and dived into the water to hug Qin Feng. Her sudden action shocked Qin Feng. He was a little regretful that he couldn't be intimate with Lu Bingbing and Yan Wushuang. He didn't expect that Lu Bingbing would take the initiative to come to him. The hot water splashed on the two of them. Qin Feng was obsessed with Lu Bingbing's body, so he couldn't resist at all. He hugged her and groped her. Yan Wushuang, who was sitting on the sofa, jumped up abruptly. She finally realized what Lu Bingbing had gone to do. The bathroom of the suite was surrounded by woolen glass. She could vaguely see the shadows inside. The glass was not soundproof. Lu Bingbing seemed to be purposely shouting loudly. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. Qin Feng, do you love me? The voice suddenly changed. It was Lu Bingbing's loud question. Yan Wushuang couldn't help but walk under the frosted glass of the bathroom. She saw Lu Bingbing's hands on the glass wall. Qin Feng was hugging her from behind. Of course I love you. Qin Feng replied. Lu Bingbing could see someone standing outside through the glass. It was obviously Yan Wushuang. She raised her voice again and said, Do you love me the most? Of course. Qin Feng didn't think too much. He said whatever Lu Bingbing wanted to hear. Yan Wushuang was so angry that she almost broke the glass wall with her foot. Lu Bingbing was in a good mood. Yan Wushuang couldn't bear it anymore. She covered her ears and ran back to her room. The battle lasted for an hour. She felt like she was about to collapse. Qin Feng carried her to the sofa and laid her down. Qin Feng saw that it was almost time. He wanted to go back to his room and rest for a while. After that, he would meet the 6 ninjas of Japan. When he entered the room, he saw Yan Wushuang rushing up to him angrily. "You're disgusting." Yan Wushuang looked like a punching bag. Qin Feng was confused. "What's wrong, Wushuang? Did I offend you?" Yan Wushuang sat on the edge of the bed and threw her slippers at Qin Feng. "Don't stand in front of me. I'm annoyed when I see you." Qin Feng walked to the bedside and sat down. He put his arm around Yan Wushuang's shoulder and said, "You're annoyed when you see me. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yan Wushuang pushed Qin Feng's hand away and kicked him. "You're having fun with Lu Bingbing. Why are you looking for me?" Qin Feng understood immediately. He was so engrossed in the battle that he forgot Yan Wushuang was still in the room. "Wushuang, are you jealous of Lu Bingbing?" Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang with a smile. Yan Wushuang's words hit the nail on the head. She was too embarrassed to admit it. She glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm too lazy to be jealous of that woman. What's so great about her?" Qin Feng was amused by Yan Wushuang's jealousy. He hugged her and laid her down on the bed. "Don't be angry. I'm going to challenge the 6 ninjas of Japan with Senior Dragon God later. I'll take a rest first." Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng lying on the bed with his eyes closed. She felt even more aggrieved. Suddenly, she turned over and sat on Qin Feng. "Humph. That woman is trying to piss me off. I'll let her have a taste of being pissed off." Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang in surprise. This woman was too fierce when she was mad. She tore his black leather coat into pieces. Soon, the two of them started fighting. Yan Wushuang was actually a very conservative woman. She had only had sex with Qin Feng once before. She was too shy to make a sound. Tonight, however, she was like a different person. Qin Feng was so scared that he almost rolled off the bed. Lu Bingbing was resting on the sofa. Suddenly, she heard a strange noise coming from the master bedroom. Her expression changed drastically. She rushed into the master bedroom angrily. Lu Bingbing was stunned by what she saw when she entered the room. Yan Wushuang is too shameless. How could she do that? "Aw. Qin Feng, you, stop right now." Lu Bingbing yelled after she regained her senses. Qin Feng was startled. Yan Wushuang looked smug. She hugged Qin Feng tightly and refused to let him go. She stood at the door for a while. Then, she couldn't take it anymore and ran out of the room. The fight went on for another hour. When Qin Feng walked out of the room, the divine dragon came to find him. Yan Wushuang didn't come out. She was tired and resting on the bed. Lu Bingbing glared at Qin Feng angrily. However, she didn't lose her temper because the divine dragon was here. "Qin Feng, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to challenge the 6 ninjas of Japan tonight? You're not going." The divine dragon felt something was wrong after he entered the room. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Hee, of course I'm going. Let me handle something first." After he stopped the divine dragon, Qin Feng ran to Lu Bingbing and whispered in her ear, "Bingbing, why don't you rest in the divine dragon's room tonight?" Lu Bingbing jumped up and said coldly, "Why? I'm going to sleep here." "Ahem. I'm going to the island to handle some business. You stay in the same room with Yan Wushuang. Don't fight." Qin Feng looked worried. Lu Bingbing's expression became even colder. The temperature in the room dropped to 0. Don't mention that woman's name. Qin Feng, why did you ask me to leave? Why didn't you ask Yan Wushuang to leave? Qin Feng knew the conflict was escalating, so he decided to bring Lu Bingbing with him. He was worried about leaving the two women in the room because the room might be destroyed when they returned. Moreover, Lu Bingbing was only a stage 6 inner qi cultivator. She was no match for Yan Wushuang, who was a stage 9 inner qi cultivator. It would be troublesome if Yan Wushuang killed Lu Bingbing. After much persuasion, Lu Bingbing gradually calmed down. In fact, she really wanted to go to the island with Qin Feng. She heard that Japan had sent the 6 most powerful ninjas. Lu Bingbing was worried that Qin Feng would go alone. Qin Feng didn't ask Yan Wushuang. After he and Lu Bingbing put on their clothes, they set off together with the divine dragon. The hotel was only 2 kilometers away from the shore of the island. Qin Feng and Lu Bingbing were shocked and they arrived at the shore. The entire coastline was guarded by the military. There were dozens of warships and countless battleships docked on the sea. On the opposite side of the island, there were many lighthouses illuminating the night sky. There were dozens of patrol ships sailing on the sea. P.S. Hedonist Sovereign has almost 4 million words and is nearing the end. It's the last time it hits the monthly rankings. I hope everyone can vote for Master Du. Thank you very much. Chapter 1258. On the map, the island belonged to China. Unexpectedly, the Japanese turned the tables on them and insisted that the island belonged to them. A few days ago, they had sent a large number of armed forces and Japanese ninjas. Now, their forces had landed on the island and occupied it, preventing the Chinese army and martial artists from approaching. The island was located at the hub of sea transportation. The island was rich in minerals and many non-renewable resources. The island was vast and its value was immeasurable. It was no wonder that the Japanese government wanted to take the island at all costs. It was late at night. The Japanese had set up many tents on the island. In the innermost military tent, a group of Japanese officials and people dressed as ninjas were gathered. Lord Miyagawa, we've received the latest news from the intelligence department. China has secretly sent a master. A soldier suddenly walked into the tent and reported to the man sitting at the head of the round table respectfully. The man was dressed in a well-ironed military uniform. His eyes were cold as he glanced at the people around him. What do you think? The 2 rows of people sitting next to the man were all dressed in black ninja uniforms. The youngest man among them stood up. Lord Miyagawa, what kind of master can China have? Even the strongest person in the mortal world, Dragon God, was suppressed by me. With us, the 6 great ninjas, this island will definitely belong to our empire. The young man was one Autumn Wind, one of the 6 great ninjas of Japan. He had fought with Dragon God on the sea yesterday and ended in a draw. Another man in his early 50s chimed in. Autumn Wind is right. China's martial arts are in a serious decline now. They are no match for our empire. China doesn't have to worry about the power of the sea. We will kill as many as they come. The man was arrogant. He was also one of the 6 great ninjas, Black Eye. Miyagawa, who was sitting on the highest seat, had a relaxed expression on his face. He was the commander-in-chief of this island battle. Miyagawa felt much more at ease when he saw the 6 shinobi and several Japanese shinobi present. The Battle of Japan must end as soon as possible. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for our empire. What's your plan? Lord Miyagawa glanced at the ninjas. A sexy female ninja stood up. She was the only female among the 6 great ninjas, Yi Meihui. Master Miyagawa, the dragon god is said to be at the pinnacle of Huaxia's martial arts. The Huaxia government has pinned all their hopes on that person. Why don't we kill the dragon god and see if Huaxia still has the guts to fight with us for the island? Yi Meihui's suggestion was approved by everyone, and they all nodded in agreement. Tyranno-kun, the oldest of the 6 great ninjas, slammed the table and stood up. According to what Qiu Feng said, that divine dragon's battle prowess is comparable to the 3rd level of true qi. I am willing to personally go out and kill it. Takano-kun was the most powerful one among the 6 great shinobi. When he said that he would personally go, the rest of them were full of confidence. Very well, with Tono-kun taking action, I can be completely at ease. Miyagawa smiled. I think we should take action tonight, lest any undue delay brings trouble. In this island battle, Japan currently had the upper hand. Lord Miyagawa wanted to end the battle quickly in one go. The 6 ninjas of Japan did not take the Chinese martial artists seriously at all. Even the strongest of the dragon god was on the verge of death. How long could the rest of them survive? This is the information from the intelligence department. Everyone, take a look. It's the expert that China found. Lord Miyagawa passed down a stack of information. Everyone had one, and on it was Qin Feng's information and photo. Fuck. How old is this guy? He can also be considered an expert? I think there's really no one left in China. Disdain instantly appeared in Autumn Windblade's eyes. Yi Meihui, Kuroma-kun, Tyranno-kun, and the others also had a look of disdain. Some of them even crumpled the information into a ball and threw it away like trash. But at this time, Chiyoya, who was sitting in the lower row, had a huge change in expression. As if she had received a huge shock, she immediately jumped up from her chair. Chiyoya, what's wrong with you? Kuroma-kun glared at Chiyoya. Chiyoya was considered his subordinate. In this tent, only Lord Miyagawa and the 6 great shinobi had the right to speak. Even Chiyoya, as the number 1 ninja of Japan, did not have the right to speak. Chiyoya realized that she had lost her composure, but she could not calm herself down. The moment she saw Qin Feng's information, a storm was set off in Chiyoya's heart. Ever since her money laundering scheme in Hong Kong failed, Chiyoya had been wanting to kill Qin Feng day and night to avenge herself. This man had taken her chastity, and this was something that Chiyoya could not tolerate. Kuroma-kun, I know this man. Chiyoya tried her best to control the anger in her heart and said coldly. Everyone was shocked. Their gazes fell on Chiyoya. Kuroma-kun quickly asked, You know him? Who is he? How powerful is he? This man is the one who sabotaged our money laundering scheme in Hong Kong. He's not that powerful. He was only a stage 9 inner chi warrior at that time. Chiyoya explained the situation, and everyone was shocked. Kuroma-kun quickly regained his senses. His expression was fierce, Baka. So it's this bastard who sabotaged our money laundering scheme in Hong Kong. He caused us Yamaguchi-gumi to lose billions of funds every year. Autumn Windblade was also furious. He shouted, just in time. He's just a stage 9 inner chi trash. I can kill him with one slash. The group of godly ninjas represented the pinnacle of martial arts in Japan. They were arrogant and haughty. How could a stage 9 inner chi young man be a threat to them? They couldn't wait to capture Qin Feng and chop him into pieces. Chiyoya continued, Kuroma-kun, I have a presumptuous request. I hope I can kill Qin Feng with my own hands. Everyone was stunned. They could tell that Chiyoya hated Qin Feng very much. However, no one knew about the conflict between Chiyoya and Qin Feng, so no one cared about it. As the number 1 heavenly ninja in Japan, your strength is comparable to a martial artist at the pinnacle of stage 9 inner chi. You're more than enough to deal with that bastard. I'll leave him to you. Bring his head to Master Miyagawa. Kuromukun ordered. Chiyoya's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had been away from China for almost a year, and now, it was time for him to take his revenge. The meeting ended. The 6 godly ninjas returned to their respective rooms to rest. Kuromukun stopped outside the tent for a while. When Chiyoya came out, he said, "Chiyoya, go to my room." Chiyoya furrowed her brows. She didn't want to go to Kuromukun's room alone. However, Kuromukun was her master, so Chiyoya couldn't disobey his order. Both of them entered Kuromukun's tent one after another. Kuromukun opened the tent and checked the surroundings to make sure no one was passing by. Then, he pounced on Chiyoya. "Ah! Kuromukun, what are you doing?" Chiyoya was the #1 heavenly ninja in Japan. She reacted quickly and dodged Kuromukun's dirty hands. Kuromukun missed his target. A wretched smile appeared on his face. He stared at Chiyoya's towering breasts and said, "Chiyoya, you're a ninja that I've trained. You're the #1 heavenly ninja in Japan at the age of 25. In a few years you'll definitely become a godly ninja. I've trained you for so many years, so you should repay me, right?" Chiyoya had a feeling that Kuromukun harbored evil intentions towards her since a long time ago. She was grateful and respectful towards Kuromukun, but she didn't have any romantic feelings for him. Her originally dignified and tall master had now become a wretched person. This made Chiyoya's heart turn cold. "Kuromukun, Chiyoya, will remember how you've trained me. I, Chiyoya, will do anything you ask of me in the future. However, I can't do this kind of thing." Chiyoya's attitude was firm. The smile on Kuromukun's face suddenly disappeared. He slammed his palm on the wooden table next to him, and the solid wood square table instantly turned into wood shavings. "Chiyoya, I've doted on you for nothing. Don't think I can't tell that you're no longer a virgin after returning to Japan from Hong Kong. You fooled around with men in Hong Kong. Can't you serve me?" Kuromukun had been eyeing Chiyoya's beauty. Every time he thought about how he wasn't the one who conquered this woman's first time, his heart burned with rage. Now that Chiyoya had matured, she was at her most alluring. No wonder Kuromukun couldn't help but reveal his fox's tail. Chiyoya's expression was so cold that it was about to drip water. Her body was forcefully taken by Chin Fong. This was a scar in her heart, but it was opened by Kuromukun. "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Chiyoya's voice was cold as she hurriedly walked out of the house. Since Kuromukun had already shed all pretense of cordiality, how could he let Chiyoya go? His figure flashed, and he blocked the door like a ghost. "Kuromukun, what's the meaning of this?" Chiyoya's heart tensed up. She was afraid that Kuromukun would use force. She wasn't Kuromukun's opponent. "What do you think I'm doing? Since you don't know how to repay kindness, then I'll personally teach you." Kuromukun's beady eyes were filled with a light smile. His figure flashed, and he pounced towards Chiyoya. Chiyoya cried out in fear. She instinctively tried to dodge, but she couldn't avoid the god ninja's attack. Seeing that Kuromukun was about to hug Chiyoya, a soldier hurriedly ran in from outside. "Baka! Who let you in? Get out!" Kuromukun was shocked. In the end, he stopped before he could touch Chiyoya. Chiyoya was like a startled little deer, and she hurriedly ran out. The soldier was already terrified. This was a god ninja from Japan, and he could kill anyone with a single palm strike. "Lord Kuromukun, it's Chief Miyagawa who asked me to find you." Kuromukun's expression changed, and the evil fire in his heart immediately dissipated. Miyagawa was a high-ranking member of the Japanese government. Even Kuromukun didn't dare to neglect his orders. "Why is Miyagawa looking for me?" "Okay, it seems like the Chinese are attacking. Miyagawa wants to send you and Lord Chiu-Feng to fight. The soldier hurriedly said. After knowing that there was a serious matter, Kuromakuen completely gave up on the idea of forcefully pushing Chiyoya. Moreover, Chiyoya had already run away, so it would be difficult to find her tonight. Chapter 1259. When he saw Chiyoya, Black Eye Lord felt uneasy. As one of the 6 great ninjas of Japan, he would not be punished severely even if he raped Chiyoya. However, the 6 great ninjas were famous in Japan, and he could not afford to lose face like that. Black-Eyed Lord, you're here. Lord Miyagawa waved at Black-Eyed June. Black-Eyed June walked over anxiously. Lord Miyagawa, what's the matter? Lord Miyagawa said, our army just sent an urgent message. The island's waters are under attack. It seems like Qin Fen is here. I'm summoning you and Autumn Wind Blade to assist him. Lord Miyagawa did not mention anything else. Black Eye heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. That ant really dares to challenge the dignity of our great empire. Don't worry, Lord Miyagawa. I alone can chop off that brat's head and report back. Everyone had seen Qin Feng's information at the conference not long ago. He was merely a stage 9 inner chi cultivator, so how could a godly ninja like Kurome take him seriously? Master Miyagawa nodded and continued, for safety's sake, it's better if you go with Autumn Wind Blade. Oh, that's right, Miss Chiyoya also volunteered to fight. She said she wanted to cut off Qin Feng's head with her own hands. Black-Eyed Lord glanced at Chiyoya and finally understood why she was here. Alright, let's go and support them now. Black-Eye Lord and the other 2 had already set off for the waters of the island. Night had fallen, and the sky above the waters was pitch black. However, an intense battle was taking place there. More than a dozen Japanese warships sailed in the middle of the water, but the Chinese fleet was nowhere to be seen. From time to time, the sound of cannons could be heard from the surface of the sea. Who knew what they were hitting? But in the dark night, 2 fireballs flickered incessantly, as frightening as will-o'-the-wisps. Whoosh! The wind whistled past Qin Feng's ears as he stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and flew rapidly above the island. Qin Fen had already familiarized himself with the terrain of the entire island. Behind him, there was a flash of pink light, and the mystical dragon was grumbling incessantly. I say, kid, can you slow down a bit? I almost lost him. Senior Dragon God, your broken flying sword won't do. Hurry up and change to a gold-grade flying spiritual weapon. Qin Feng said with a smile. Shenlong was so angry that he almost fell off the flying sword. This sky cloud was a pink flying sword that he had spent a lot of effort completing quests to obtain. Just for this sky cloud, Shenlong had borrowed hundreds of thousands of peace points from the system. He hadn't even fully repaid the debt yet, but Qin Fen despised it. The divine dragon glanced at the pair of golden whirlwinds beneath Qin Fen's feet. His mouth opened and closed, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Rumble. A muffled sound exploded beside the 2 of them. A cannonball soared into the sky and almost hit the 2 of them. The divine dragon did not complain anymore. He looked at the dozen or so battleships beneath his feet with a serious expression. Oh no, the enemy has discovered us. Qin Feng's expression was cold as he suddenly dove towards the surface of the sea. Good, you've discovered it. Let's fight. Before the divine dragon could react, it saw a golden light that was 100 meters long appear in the dark night sky. It was a golden saber chi. Like a golden phoenix, it rushed into the sea and immediately set off huge waves, as if there was a tsunami. Rumble. Just as the golden phoenix slashed down, Qin Feng casually threw out dozens of palm strikes. Fire rained down from the sky, lighting up half of the sky like it was daytime. The soldiers on the battleships finally saw the situation in the sky clearly. When they saw Qin Feng standing on two balls of fire and hovering in the void, they were scared to death. What is that? How can that person fly? Where did the fire rain come from? Had the enemy launched an attack? How dare these Huaxia pigs resist? They must be courting death. That's not the enemy's firepower. It seems to be from the person in the sky. How is that possible? Quick! Quick, report to General Zeding. The fire rain fell from the sky, instantly catching the soldiers on the Japanese battleships off guard. It was a mess. Many people threw down their weapons and ran away like rats. Some people hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie to talk to General Zeding. General Zeding, bad news. Something big has happened. What are you panicking for? Tell me properly. A stern voice came from the walkie-talkie. A gray-haired old man was observing the situation on the sea from a tent on the shore of the island. This man was General Zeding, the naval commander sent by Japan this time. Our battleships are under attack. It seems like a god has come from Huaxia. The soldier's voice was trembling. General Zeding roared, bullshit. The #1 martial artist of Huaxia was suppressed yesterday. What kind of powerful person can come? It must be the Huaxia Navy that launched an attack during the night. These people are really cunning. Tell everyone not to panic. Fight back. General Zeding stood on the shore, unable to see the specific situation on the sea. He did not believe that a god had come from Huaxia. Looking at the sky full of fire, General Zeding firmly believed that the Huaxia Navy had launched a sneak attack. The soldier did not say anything after receiving the order. He could only ask the others to fight back. At this time, the three of them arrived at the shore of the island. Seeing the fierce fire on the sea, the three of them were shocked. General Zeding, what is going on? Black Eye Lord hurriedly asked. Those despicable people from Huaxia dared to launch a sneak attack during the night. Don't worry, everyone. Huaxia's navy has always been weak. Humph. They are courting death. I have given the order to launch a fierce counterattack. I believe that in less than half an hour, all the Huaxia Navy's battleships will sink to the bottom of the sea. General Zeding said arrogantly. He did not take the Huaxia Navy seriously. The expressions of the three of them eased. They did not think highly of the Huaxia Navy or the mysterious force. The battle on the sea had just begun, and it was getting more and more intense. After receiving General Zeding's order, the Japanese battleships launched a fierce attack on Qin Feng and Shenron without any hesitation. Rumble. Loud explosions sounded in the sky. The cannonballs shot up into the sky and exploded in the sky like beautiful fireworks. However, the power of the cannonballs was endless. A slight touch from the cannonballs could blow a person into pieces. These Japanese battleships are crazy. They really launched a cannonball attack. Are they declaring war on Huaxia? Shenron stepped on the clouds and dodged the cannonballs. His face was so cold that it was about to freeze. As the #1 martial artist in Huaxia, he had been guarding the Mount Divine Dragon for the past 20 years, protecting the peace of Huaxia. The last thing Shenron wanted to see was war. Now that the peace was disrupted by Japan, he was completely enraged. How dare you behave atrociously in Huaxia? Let Grandpa teach you a lesson. Swoosh. With a flash of pink light, Shenron turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the sea. A purple longsword appeared in his hand. The sharp sword chi was piercing toward a huge battleship on the sea. Bang! 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 The sword chi of a true energy realm expert was not to be underestimated. When it collided with the battleship, a loud sound of metal clashing rang out. However, these battleships were built with special materials and were extremely hard. Even after Shenron's fierce attack, the battleship did not show any cracks. Screech! On the other side of the sea, the angry cry of a heavenly eagle suddenly sounded. Dozens of purple heavenly eagles descended from the sky. When they dove into the sea, they raised a few meters high wave. The Japanese soldiers were stunned by this magical scene. One moment, the sky was raining fire, and the next moment, the heavenly eagle was diving into the sea. It felt like a dream. Rumble. The power of the heavenly eagle bow was even stronger than Shenron's sword chi. The collision caused the few battleships to sway uncontrollably on the sea. The soldiers in the cabins were so scared that they fell to the ground. The people in the control cabin all hid on the deck at the back. Even the soldiers who fired the cannons had disappeared. General Zeding, the enemy's firepower is too strong. I feel like we can't hold on much longer. The captain of the soldiers started to contact General Zeding again. Everyone could see the battle on the sea. General Zeding, Heimu, and the other two had solemn expressions. They were all stunned by the purple heavenly eagles that covered the sky. What the hell were those? A bunch of trash. You're afraid of a mere Huaxia navy. Quickly counterattack. Counterattack. General Zeding roared angrily. In the end, he even added, if necessary, you can fire the secret weapons and send out the fighter jets. As soon as these words came out, the soldiers were all stunned. Secret weapons and fighter jets were all trump cards. Nowadays, when countries were in conflict with each other, they would not use such equipment. If they were to fight, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. However, General Zeding had already given the order. These soldiers could only obey. Seeing that the few battleships were about to capsize under the attack of the heavenly eagles, the captain of the soldiers immediately gave the order to launch the fighter jets and tracking cannons. Swoosh! Suddenly, more than 10 cannons shot out from the sky. They were twice as fast as the previous cannons. They left a trail of smoke in the dark night and headed straight for Qin Fen and Shenron. Pink light and flames flickered. Qin Fen could barely dodge the pursuit of the tracking cannons by stepping on the golden tornado wheel. However, Shenron was having a hard time. Tian Yun's speed was still too slow. Something's wrong. What kind of cannons are these? They're different from before. Shenron's expression was solemn. Qin Fen suddenly hovered in midair. He turned around and slashed down with his saber. The golden saber chi that was hundreds of meters long sliced the air in half. A huge cannon was sliced in half and exploded in the sky above the sea. Rumble. A huge explosion rang out. Strong winds blew on the sea surface, creating waves that were tens of meters tall. It was even more spectacular and ferocious than a tsunami. Shenron's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily, "These Japanese ants are crazy. The power of these cannons is comparable to a missile. How dare they fire a weapon with the power of a missile? Are they trying to fall out with Huaxia?" Qin Fen did not expect the Japanese fleet to be so arrogant. They were willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the island. The blood of Huaxia Dragonians in Qin Fen's body boiled. Flames of fury shot out of his eyes. He charged toward the 3 tracking cannons. The golden phoenix saber in his hand slashed down again as if he was going to split the entire sea in half. Bang, bang, bang. Loud explosions rang out on the sea surface. The sounds of explosions and waves rose and fell. A few Japanese battleships capsized in the waves. The people on the battleships screamed in fear and sank to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 1260. Thud, thud, thud. Damn it. Japan is really going to rebel. They even dare to use fighter jets. Don't blame me for not showing mercy. Qin Fang's expression was cold. He looked at the row of fighter jets as if they were nothing. His figure flashed and arrived in front of one of the fighter jets in a few breaths. Without waiting for the pilot on the fighter jet to react, Qin Feng struck out with his palm. Flames of destruction soared into the sky like a fire dragon and engulfed the entire fighter jet. In the blink of an eye, loud noises could be heard from within the fireball. Shenron was shocked and quickly recovered. His expression turned cold. He raised the purple sword in his hand and charged at the other fighter jet. The sword chi entered the screen and landed on the fighter jet, instantly destroying it. Two of the fighter jets fell as soon as they appeared, scaring the rest of the pilots awake. Everyone in the fighter jets communicated with each other through the walkie-talkie. The fighter jets that were originally charging forward suddenly changed their strategy and retreated at high speed. They only stopped when they were hundreds of meters away. Rumble. The speed of the cannonballs was as fast as a meteor. Shenron hurriedly stopped his attack and stepped on the clouds to dodge. He didn't even have the chance to counterattack. Playing with high technology. I'll accompany you to the end. However, this was just the beginning. Qin Feng moved his mind and a silver cannon that was half the height of a person was mounted on his waist. The wind and cloud mad demon cannon had two muzzles and could be fired at the same time. Qin Feng turned around and fired at the fighter jets in the sky. The true Qi cannonball was more powerful than the black laser cannonball. Each cannonball contained the power of a true Qi Stage 2 expert. The cannonball was as dense as raindrops and instantly covered half of the sky. 3 fighter jets in that direction were blown into pieces and fell into the sea. This person is too fierce. Let's retreat. Qin Feng didn't allow them to leave. He grabbed at the void and a cannon with a fire dragon body appeared on his shoulder. The dragon mouth of the fire cloud cannon aimed at the void and fired 3 cannonballs in a row. The void exploded continuously. All the fighter jets that were escaping were shot down and only a pile of debris was left. At this point in the naval battle, the Japanese soldiers had already lost their confidence. No one dared to continue fighting. All of them were shouting to turn around and retreat. Everyone, retreat quickly. China has sent martial arts masters. Our empire's 2 shinobi and number 1 ninja are on their way. Just leave the battlefield to them. The divine dragon's eyes were spitting fire. He stepped on his flying sword and was about to give chase when Qin Feng stopped him. You don't have to do anything. Let my little pet deal with them. Rumble. The divine dragon was stunned by the scene in front of him. When the black tortoise completely surfaced from the sea, the divine dragon could not help but curse, "You call this a fucking pet?" The black tortoise wasn't in a hurry to chase after the battleship. When it saw Qin Feng, it was extremely excited. The many-banded kite opened its bloody mouth and charged forward. This scared the dragon god so much that he was ready to swing his sword at the many-banded kite at any time. He was deeply afraid that Qin Feng's pet would go wild and swallow him whole. The many-banded kite naturally wouldn't hurt Qin Feng. It wrapped itself around him and pulled him onto the sea turtle's shell. Roar! The sea turtle had already started moving forward. Its speed was as fast as a nuclear submarine. The battleship had only escaped halfway when the black tortoise had already caught up to it. It was just a tsunami roar from the sea turtle, and the huge waves on the surface of the sea overturned the 2 battleships. It was as if the sea was about to be overturned. This spectacular scene was only seen once in 100 years. Water monster, there's a huge water monster. Jump into the sea, everyone, jump into the sea quickly. The many-banded kite spat out a few venomous bubbles and started to swing its body on the sea. Its huge body was like a speeding train. It crashed into the battleship and instantly overturned the battleship. The Black-Eye Lord and the other two were flying on the surface of the sea. They looked like they were floating on the water using qigong. Black-Eye Lord, what is that? Autumn Wind Blade cried out in surprise. Chiyoya's gaze fell on the back of the black tortoise. When she saw Qin Feng standing on it, her expression changed drastically. She suddenly leaped over. The Black-Eye Lord was also not calm. He was carrying a huge object on his back. When the black cloth on it was removed, it was actually a broadsword that was as tall as a human. The Black-Eye Lord roared angrily and carried the broadsword. Autumn Wind Blade's black eyes flickered. He stared at the broadsword in the Black-Eye Lord's hand and muttered to himself, one of the 6 godly swords of Japan, Sky Slash. As expected, it's domineering. The Ghost Blade and Sky Slash were both among the 6 godly swords of Japan. The strength of a godly ninja with a godly sword was unfathomable. You bastard, how dare you show off in front of a godly ninja? Watch me cut you in half. Bang! 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 The many-banded kite shrieked in pain. Its body tumbled wildly on the sea, and it knocked 2 battleships into the sea. Ah! You bastard, die! Rumble! Roar! Monster, let me fight you! The Black-Eye Lord held the broadsword that was as tall as a human. His slash seemed to affect the power of heaven and earth. The waves rose again, and the few battleships swayed unsteadily in the huge waves. It seemed like they were going to capsize at any time. The sea turtle roared angrily again. The many-banded kite also regained its senses and spat poisonous bubbles at the Black-Eye Lord. However, at this moment, a figure flew up and hovered in front of the black tortoise. Chapter 1261. Qin Feng stood on the golden whirlwind wheel and hovered in the air like a god of war. His eyes were as cold as the boundless earth as he looked down at Black-Eye Kun. Qin Feng from China. Black-Eye Kun was stunned. He did not expect that the man in front of him was Qin Feng. He looked at Qin Feng's face carefully and realized that he looked exactly like the man in the information. Humph. There's no one else in China that they send a piece of trash like you. I'll kill you with one slash. Black-Eye Kun quickly regained his senses. He knew from the information that Qin Feng was only a stage 9 inner chi warrior and did not take him seriously at all. He Yijun raised his saber and stepped on the surface of the sea. He was like a fighter jet flying over the sea. Wherever he went, fierce waves were stirred up. In just a few breaths, Black-Eye Kun had arrived in front of the sea turtle. He leaped into the air and swung his sword at Qin Feng. Rumble! The 100-meter-long sword chi exploded in the air. It was extremely powerful. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed. He quickly stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and retreated 100 meters. This Japanese godly ninja was more powerful than he had imagined. In other words, the power of the 6 godly swords of Japan was not to be underestimated. Black-Eye Kun's sword had already landed on the ground, but loud noises came from all directions. Huge waves rose from the sea. The black tortoise was roaring furiously. Even the dragon god retreated a few hundred meters, not daring to get close to the center of the battle. Brat, don't hide if you have the guts. Are all Chinese cowards? Black-Eye Kun laughed hysterically. He thought that Qin Feng was scared by his sword. 2 fireballs flickered in the sky and arrived above Black-Eye Kun's head in a few breaths. A golden sword slashed down from the sky like a fiery phoenix swooping down. Since you're so powerful, why don't you stand still and let me slash at you? As soon as Qin Feng finished his words, the sword chi had already engulfed Black-Eye Kun. The Black Eye Lord had never taken Qin Fan seriously from the beginning. He was very annoyed and stood motionlessly on the surface of the sea as he looked at the sky with a playful expression. "You're just a piece of trash from stage 9 inner chi. How dare you act wildly in front of me? I'm one of the 6 godly ninjas of Japan." Before Lord Black Eye could finish his boasting, his expression suddenly changed. The golden saber chi had already arrived above his head. The violent and turbulent aura seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even Black Eye Lord was stunned by this attack. The power within it was not any weaker than his saber chi. "Baka! You're not a stage 9 inner chi cultivator." The Black Eye Lord roared angrily and hurriedly retreated on the surface of the sea. The explosions around him continued and the waves surged violently. They were like speeding cars crashing into the Black Eye Lord. No matter how tough his body was, he couldn't take it anymore. "Lord Chiu Feng, hurry up!" Black Eye Lord was disrupted by this strike and retreated all the way to the battleship at the back. The moment he boarded the ship, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Autumn Wind Blade finally came down from the sail with great difficulty. He was so angry that he blew his beard and stared at Chiu Feng. He was one of the dignified shinobi of Japan, but he was beaten by a monster from the bottom of the sea. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't the ninjas of Japan laugh their heads off? Huaxia actually had this kind of underwater weapon. No wonder they dared to attack our empire at night. Autumn Wind Blade roared angrily as he stepped on the waves. He didn't pay much attention to the battle between Qin Feng and the Black Eye Lord. Even now, he still didn't take Qin Feng seriously. In his eyes, the biggest threat was the Black Tortoise. As long as this underwater monster was eliminated, the Huaxia people wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Compared to the Black Eye Lord's domineering long sword that was as tall as a human, Autumn Wind Blade wielded a slender samurai square sword. The body of the sword glimmered with a pink light. Obviously, it was also a pink spiritual weapon. The demon's sword was already swung at lightning speed. Autumn Wind Blade and the Black Eye Lord's sword techniques were completely opposite ends of the spectrum. The Black Eye Lord's sword technique focused on ferocious momentum and stirred up raging waves with every strike of his sword. Autumn Wind Blade, on the other hand, focused on the exquisite and profound sword technique. Bang! 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 Loud noises resounded continuously on the surface of the sea. Although there wasn't the spectacular scene of the surging waves, the sea around the Black Tortoise had become turbulent waves. The waves crashed towards the Black Tortoise like a ferocious beast. The huge impact was as powerful as a meteorite falling from the sky. The Black Tortoise kept roaring in anger. Just the earth-shattering sound of the crashing waves was enough to send chills down one's spine. Autumn Wind Blade, the day before yesterday, we didn't have a clear winner. Let's fight again today. A white shadow flashed by. Just as the divine dragon's purple spiritual sword was about to fall, he saw a golden sword aura explode in midair. The golden phoenix fell, and the entire sky was split in half. Autumn Wind Blade was stunned. He didn't care about Qin Fang's existence at all. All he wanted to do was to kill the Black Tortoise. Now that the turbulent and violent sword aura was densely covering him, Autumn Wind Blade didn't even have time to react. He was instantly engulfed by the sword aura. Rumble. There were explosions everywhere. A generation of godly ninja, Autumn Wind Blade, was directly blown into pieces and scattered in the sea. The commotion on the surface of the sea didn't stop for a while. Divine Dragon was stunned on the spot. He looked at Qin Feng in a daze, and then looked at his opponent who had disappeared. He didn't know what to say. You killed Autumn Wind Blade. Divine Dragon finally came to his senses with great difficulty. Qin Feng acted as if nothing happened. He said indifferently, I killed him. didn't you see? Divine Dragon almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He realized that Qin Feng's strength was increasing day by day. It was as if he was riding a rocket. Although One Blade Autumn Wind was the weakest among the 6 great ninjas of Japan, he was still an existence comparable to a true Qi Stage 3 expert. Yet, he was chopped down by Qin Feng with a single blade. Just how powerful was Qin Feng now? Flames flickered, and Qin Feng had already landed on the surface of the sea. The many-banded kite drilled into the sea and disappeared for a while. Suddenly, it soared into the sky. It held a samurai sword in its mouth and threw it to Qin Feng. It was the ghost sword used by Autumn Wind Blade. After getting the ghost sword, Qin Feng put it into the Emerald Spirit Ring. This was, after all, a rare pink high-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't throw it away. A godly ninja of Japan had fallen. Black Eye Kun, who was standing on the warship opposite, still hadn't woken up. He stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. How the hell is this a Stage 9 Inner Chi stage martial artist? A Stage 9 Inner Chi stage martial artist could kill a godly ninja of Japan with one strike. The information was wrong. Black Eye Kun felt that he was about to die from the information provided by Japan. But at this moment, a black shadow leaped on the surface of the sea. That person was wearing a black ninja outfit and blended in with the night. He leaped on the surface of the sea like a swallow and headed toward Qin Feng. Bastard, die! Chiyoya's heart was in turmoil the moment she saw Qin Feng. She wanted to find an opportunity to assassinate Qin Feng, but she realized that Qin Feng was no longer the same as before. What kind of powerful existence was this? Cutting down the autumn wind with one slash. Among all the experts in Japan, perhaps only Tino-kun could do this. However, Chiyoya held a deep grudge against Qin Feng. Even though she knew she would die, she still tried her best to attack. Rumble. As the number 1 sky ninja of Japan, Chiyoya's strength was not weak. She held a slender light sword in her hand. She raised the sword and brought a row of waves with it. In the blink of an eye, the long sword pierced through the waves and reached Qin Feng's heart. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Qin Feng casually waved his hand and the waves around him subsided. The light sword in Chiyoya's hand fell into the sea. It's you. I let you escape last time. You dare to come and kill me again. Qin Feng recognized Chiyoya immediately. He hadn't seen her for more than a year. She was as cold as ever, but her figure had become even more alluring. Chiyoya had lost her weapon to kill and she felt hopeless. She couldn't understand how Qin Feng broke through so quickly. For the past year, Chiyoya had trained hard day and night just for this moment of revenge. When she finally met Qin Feng, she realized that she was falling further and further behind him. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Chiyoya seemed to have gone mad. Without her light sword, she threw throwing knives into the air. However, these hidden weapons were useless against Qin Feng. Qin Feng casually shot out a ball of destructive fire and melted the throwing knives, forcing Chiyoya to jump into the sea. Rumble. As a qualified Japanese ninja, Chiyoya had long trained in the art of sea battles. When she entered the sea, she was as agile as a fish. Suddenly, she appeared behind Qin Feng and leaped out of the sea. Bang! Without her light sword and throwing knives, Chiyoya struck out with her palm. Her seemingly soft and delicate palm had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. However, this power was too weak for Qin Feng. He didn't even dodge. He leisurely walked on the sea. His footwork was exquisite and mysterious, and he just happened to dodge Chiyoya's attack. Woman, if you dare to mess around again, I won't be polite anymore. Qin Feng was a little angry and glared coldly at Chiyoya. Chiyoya was so angry that smoke came out of her head. Last time, you pushed me down, and now you want to be rude. Today, either you die or I die. If you have the guts, kill me. The more Chiyoya fought, the angrier she became. She realized that she couldn't even hurt a single hair on Qin Feng's head. Gradually, Chiyoya became flustered. She didn't have any tricks up her sleeves at all. She completely became an angry girl who randomly kicked and hit. The golden phoenix in Qin Feng's hand never fell. After all, this woman in front of him had sex with him before. Qin Feng leaped and reached out to pull Chiyoya into his arms. This woman had just fallen into the sea. Her thin night clothes were sticking to her body, showing off her curvaceous figure even more perfectly. Ah! Let go, I'm going to kill you. Chiyoya screamed in fear. In a fit of anger, Qin Feng slapped her perky butt and scolded, "If you dare to scream again, do you believe that I won't push you down again?" Chiyoya's scream stopped abruptly. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng. She couldn't help but recall the scene when she was pushed down by Qin Feng in the suburbs of Hong Kong. Raging flames rose in her heart, but Chiyoya calmed down. She knew that she was no match for Qin Feng. If she messed around now, she might really be pushed down by this stinky man again. Qin Feng, what are you doing? At this moment, Mystical Dragon flew over and glared at Qin Feng angrily. He knew Qin Feng's past very well. This guy used to be a dissolute and hedonistic young master. However, this was a crucial moment in the war between the two countries. This brat actually acted up again. He even captured a female captive and wanted to mess around. I didn't do anything. Qin Feng looked at Mystical Dragon innocently. Chapter 1262. Qin Feng was frustrated. He said with a straight face, "What did I do? I'm fighting a ninja from Japan." The Divine Dragon said disapprovingly, "I think you're more like a ninja from Japan." His words made Qin Feng and Chiyoya feel awkward. Chiyoya quickly pushed Qin Feng away and slapped him again. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Rumble. Chiyoya did not show any mercy. Her attack missed and created a huge wave on the surface of the sea. The Divine Dragon shook his head and left abruptly. He stepped on his flying sword and went to look for Black Eye Kuan Kuan. "Who are you?" Black Eye Kuan Kuan raised his sky slash when he saw the Divine Dragon. "I'm the Divine Dragon of China. I'm here to punish you invaders." Black Eye Kuan Kuan's expression kept changing. He quickly recalled the Divine Dragon's identity. He was the man who fought Autumn Wind Blade to a draw. "You want to fight me? Go to hell." Black Eye Kuan Kuan was holding back his anger. He suddenly raised his sky slash and 2 rows of waves soared into the sky like a skyscraper. The Divine Dragon was shocked. He quickly swung his sword. The sword chi and saber chi clashed in the air, shaking the warships. "Humph! You dare to call yourself the strongest in China with this little ability? Has Huaxia become so down and out?" Black Eye Kuan Kuan quickly figured out the Divine Dragon's strength. He was only at stage 2 of true chi. The Divine Dragon's expression turned serious. He realized that Black Eye Kuan Kuan was even more powerful than Autumn Wind Blade. Especially that mighty long saber, it was unstoppable. Rumble. Sky slash down again. The long saber chi collided on the sea like a long dragon. The Divine Dragon did not take it head-on this time. He stepped on the clouds and dodged the attack. However, the saber chi was so dense that it seemed to cover the sky and earth. A shockwave crashed into the Divine Dragon and sent him flying. "Ha! The strongest in China. You're going to die under my saber." Black-Eye Kuan arrived like a shadow. He did not give the divine dragon a chance to catch his breath. This was the strongest in China. Black-Eye Kuan was excited. As long as he killed the divine dragon, he would be famous in Japan. He raised his huge sky slash above his head and slashed it down towards the sea. The seawater seemed to have been sliced in half by the powerful saber energy. The waves surged. The divine dragon lay on the surface of the sea but did not sink. His white robe and long hair were messed up by the saber wind. It was as if he was bound by a huge pressure and could not move for a while. "You bitch, get out of the way." On the other side, Qin saw the situation the mystical dragon was in. He was being pestered by Qiuya. In a fit of anger, he picked up Qiuya and threw her onto the back of the sea turtle. The flames flickered, and in the blink of an eye, Qin was standing on the head of the divine dragon. He swung his golden phoenix to sense the sky blade, and 100-meter-long golden blade aura condensed instantly, as if it was going to split open the sky. Rumble. As the two violent saber energies collided, it felt like the end of the world. Black-Eye Lord's pupils constricted as he hurriedly retreated. Qin hovered motionlessly in the air, using his body to prop up the sky. The explosions around him were intense, and many of the shock waves hit him, but none of them reached the mystical dragon. "Qin, don't worry about me. Let's go," the mystical dragon roared angrily, but Qin hurriedly retreated and stood on the surface of the sea. He struck his palms out quickly, and a layer of ice formed above the two of them. The ice glowed blue, and it looked dreamy in the night. The violent explosions were separated by the layer of ice, and the two sides of the ice seemed to be two different worlds. The mystical dragon had already stood up and pulled Qin away. Just as the two of them reached a safe area, the layer of ice suddenly exploded, and the energy accumulated on it exploded instantly. It sank to the bottom of the sea like a cannonball, creating a huge wave on the sea. "Brat, how dare you spoil my plan? Die!" Black-Eye Lord was so angry that he almost killed the most powerful person in China, but he was intercepted by Qin. He was so angry that his eyes widened, and he swung the sky blade in his hand to attack again. "You're just an ant from Japan. Today will be your death anniversary." Qin was not afraid at all. He pushed the mystical dragon onto the black tortoise with his palm, and he swung the golden phoenix into the air. The two of them were still dozens of meters apart, but they both attacked fiercely with their sabers. Both the golden phoenix and the sky blade were extremely domineering spiritual weapons. The two surging saber auras kept colliding in the sky, and suddenly, there was a loud noise that sounded like thunder. The sea was disrupted, and the waves came one after another without stopping. Qin swung his saber 3 times in a row, and realized that long-distance attacks were useless. He exerted force on his feet, and the golden wheel of whirlwind shot out instantly. It was like Nez's wheel of wind and fire, and it brought him along at a high speed. Black-Eye Lord's expression turned serious. He was shocked by Qin's speed, and he couldn't pinpoint Qin's exact location in the dark. "Coward from China, stop running around if you have the guts. Let's fight it out." Black-Eye Lord's old eyes moved quickly in the night sky, and he was inexplicably flustered. However, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, and Qin's voice was heard. "The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. What's with all this nonsense?" The speed of the saber was extremely fast, and it didn't bring along a grand aura. However, it condensed into a seemingly solid golden saber in a small area around Black-Eye Lord. The sharp saber aura had already enveloped Black-Eye Lord. Black-Eye Lord's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly swung his sky blade to counterattack. However, before he could do anything, he was sent flying by the saber aura. Roar! Black Tortoise's angry roar came from the sea. The many-banded kite's thick body suddenly shot up into the sky, and it collided with Black Eye Lord again before flying towards Qin Fen. The golden phoenix in his hand shone with a dazzling light. Seeing that Black Eye Lord was getting closer, Qin Fen's body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Black Eye Lord. He raised the golden phoenix above his head, and without hesitation, he swung it down. "How dare you offend Hua Xia, die!" Qin Fen's angry roar shook the sea, and the golden phoenix split the sea into two. The air exploded continuously, and the saber seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, but it hit nothing. Qin Fen hovered in the air, and he looked around with a serious expression. When the golden phoenix fell, Black Eye Lord's figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had disappeared by magic. "Qin Fen, where is he?" Shenlong had already rushed over. When he saw Qin Fen's ferocious saber, he thought that Black Eye Lord was dead for sure, but the Japanese godly ninja disappeared. He must have escaped. "I can't sense his aura around here." Qin Fen looked around again, and he said gloomily. Shenlong's expression turned cold. Japanese ninjas were proficient in all kinds of ninja arts, and they were famous for their invisibility arts and escape arts. As a Japanese godly ninja, Black Eye Lord was naturally proficient in these ninja arts. He most likely used ninja arts to escape. "Oh no, where's the woman?" Qin Fen looked at the turtle's shell, and his expression changed. He flashed and landed on the back of the turtle, but he couldn't find Chiyoya. Shenlong followed behind him, and his expression was cold. He had been watching Chiyoya to prevent her from escaping, but he was too excited when he thought that Black Eye Lord was about to be killed, and he neglected the woman. "I'm afraid that the female ninja has also escaped." Shenlong sighed. Qin Fen felt helpless, but he did not blame Shenlong. "Forget it. We'll have to destroy the 6 godly ninjas of Japan sooner or later. It's not a loss for us to kill one of them tonight." Qin Fen patted Shenlong's shoulder and comforted him. Shenlong looked at the dozens of warships that had sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the wreckage of the fighter jets that were still floating on the surface of the sea. As for the godly ninja, Autumn Wind, he had been blown into pieces. Shenlong's heart was in turmoil. He looked at Qin Fen in disbelief. He was stunned by the power of this demon. Qin Fen was embarrassed by Shenlong's stare. He dragged Shenlong back to the base of Huaxia. On the way back, he wanted to give the ghost blade to Shenlong, but Shenlong refused. According to him, he didn't want Japanese ninja's weapon. On the land opposite the island, the Huaxia army was stationed. The Huaxia army and the Japanese ninjas had been in a stalemate for almost a month. During this month, both sides had been fighting non-stop, but most of the time, the Japanese ninjas and the warships had the upper hand. This time, Qin Fen had defeated the Japanese warships and even killed a Japanese godly ninja in one night. When the news reached the base, it caused an uproar. The members of Dragon Gate and Huaxia's special forces were thrilled. The atmosphere was more lively than Chinese New Year. "They're back. Senior Green Dragon and Senior Divine Dragon are back." Just as the two of them came ashore, they heard the guards on the shore exclaim. Then, a large group of people rushed out of the camp and shouted Qin Fen and Shenlong's names. The representatives of the 12 summits and Lu Bingbing walked out. They praised Qin Fen's battle achievements. Lu Bingbing hugged Qin Fen's arm excitedly. If there were not so many people watching, she would have given Qin Fen a French kiss as a reward. Huaxia Army's base was bustling with activity. However, on the island opposite the coast, sighs could be heard. Chiyoya and Black Eye Kun were the only survivors. When they ran back to the base in a panic, Master Miyagawa, who was looking at the map, was shocked. "Black Eye Kun, what happened to you?" Black Eye Kun was covered in wounds. He panted heavily and said, "Master Miyagawa, we lost, Miyagawa's eyes widened. He thought there was something wrong with his ears. He exclaimed, "What? We lost. How did we lose?" It was Qin Fen who was invited by Huaxia. He defeated our warships and injured me and Chiuya. Black Eye Kun was flustered. When he mentioned Qin Fen, his eyes were filled with endless fear. Qin Fen's strength completely shocked Black Eye Kun. He wanted to drag the people from the intelligence department out and kill them all. Who said that kid was only at stage 9 inner chi? That guy had probably stepped into stage 4 true chi. Master Miyagawa was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses. He couldn't figure it out. Qin Fen was just a kid in his early 20s. How could he defeat the navy of a big empire? What kind of joke was that? Black Eye Kun, don't talk nonsense. What can Qin Fen do by himself? Besides, isn't he only at stage 9 inner chi? Even Huaxia's number 1, the dragon god, isn't he a match for you? Chapter 1263. Black Eye Kun rolled his eyes and felt gloomy. One blade Chiu Feng killed Qin Feng with one slash. He had been hacked to death by Qin Feng. Miyagawa Master, the information is wrong. Qin Feng is a stage 4 true chi warrior. His strength is even higher than mine. Chiu Feng died in the battle. Clang! Miyagawa Master couldn't take this series of shocking news anymore and fell to the ground in shock. At this time, Taigokuen and the other ninjas heard the news of the defeat of the Empire's warship. They were shocked when they entered the room. Miyagawa Master, what are you doing? Let me help you up. Yi Meihui ran to help him up. Taigokuen asked Black Eye Kun anxiously, Black Eye Kun, what happened? Black Eye Kun didn't have the face to face the other 4 ninjas. He said dejectedly, China sent Qin Feng. In the battle just now, our warship was completely annihilated. One blade Chiu Feng died in the sea. Only Miss Chiuya and I escaped. After Black Eye Kun finished speaking, the whole tent was silent. The other 4 ninjas looked at Black Eye and Chiuya in disbelief. They felt like they were dreaming. What did you say? That brat from China killed Chiu Feng and defeated our empire's warship. How is that possible? Sanjiro had a beard and was one of the ninjas. The head of the Kitagawa family, Kudo Kitagawa, was also shocked. He was in his early 40s but enjoyed the reputation of being the #1 kendo expert in Japan. He was the only one who was stronger than Taigokuen among the 6 ninjas. Even if Chiu Feng died because he underestimated the enemy, how did our empire's warship lose? Kudo Kitagawa couldn't understand. Everyone else had this doubt in their hearts. Their gazes all fell on Black Eye Kun. When Black Eye Kun thought of the battle not long ago, he felt a lingering fear. That giant black tortoise was like an undefeatable sea monster. Not to mention the Japanese warship, even an aircraft carrier couldn't defeat that monster. The warship wasn't defeated by Qin Feng and China's fleet. It was a sea monster that seemed to be reared by China. Black Eye Kun said with a trembling voice. Yi Meihui and the others stared at each other in shock. A sea monster that could defeat the Empire's warship. What kind of sea monster was that? Nonsense. Our Empire's battleships are not weak. They are equipped with secret weapons and have fighter jets as backup. How could they be defeated by a sea monster? After a moment of silence, Lord Miyagawa suddenly roared. He had come back to his senses. The other 4 ninjas were also doubtful. They would never believe Qin Fen and Black Tortoise's strength without witnessing it with their own eyes. He had no idea how to convince these people. Suddenly, Chiuya said, Master Miyagawa, senior ninjas, what Kirom-kun said is true. That sea monster is Qin Fen's pet. It's half the size of a cruise ship, and it's a combination of a turtle and a dragon. It's very similar to the black tortoise, one of the 4 mythical beasts in Chinese mythology. A single roar from that sea turtle can set off 1,000 layers of waves. The flood dragon is dozens of meters long, and it can knock over a battleship with a swing of its body. Furthermore, the flood dragon can spit venom that is extremely corrosive. It's definitely a sea monster that no one has ever seen before. Chiyoya's words silenced everyone. This was like a giant beast that existed in the ancient times. How could it appear in this era? It was truly inconceivable to everyone. Everyone knew Chiyoya's personality very well. She would never lie. Moreover, there was no need for her to lie about this matter. They could find out the truth with a simple investigation. The ninjas and Lord Miyagawa had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Isn't Qin Fen a stage 9 inner chi? How could he kill Autumn Windblade? According to Chiyoya, that sea monster is so ferocious. Why would it listen to Qin Fen's command? Questions hung in everyone's mind. Tado-kun asked directly. Kurom-kun quickly said, as for why the sea monster listened to Qin Fen, I don't know either. But Qin Fen is definitely not a stage 9 inner chi. He killed Autumn Windblade with one slash. I've fought with him before, and he's at least a stage 4 true chi. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and the temperature in the tent instantly dropped to 0. Killing Autumn Windblade with one slash. How powerful was that? Even if Autumn Windblade was the weakest among the 6 ninjas, he was still comparable to a stage 3 true chi expert. Among the 5 ninjas present, only Tado-kun had the confidence to kill Autumn Windblade with one slash. None of the other 4 dared to be so arrogant. The information was wrong. Idiot! I almost underestimated him. Tado-kun roared angrily. The rest of the ninjas felt uneasy. Lord Miyagawa had calmed down. Now that the enemy was in front of them, they had to think of a countermeasure as soon as possible. Everyone, you know what happened. Let's think about how to deal with it. As soon as Miyagawa finished speaking, Tono-kun stepped forward and said, Miyagawa-sama, that Chinese brat is really arrogant. How dare he kill our shinobi? Tono-kun is willing to fight him personally. The tent suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Tado-kun in awe. This number 1 ninja of Japan represented the number 1 martial artist of Japan. He was also the first to step into the ranks of the ninja of Japan. He had been famous for more than 20 years. Even the other 4 godly ninjas didn't know the real strength of Tono-kun, because no one dared to offend him ever since he became the number 1 godly ninja in Japan. Over the past decades, some Japanese warriors and godly ninjas had challenged Tono-kun, but they were all defeated and killed. With Tado-kun, that boy will die for sure. Not only Qin Feng, but the whole of China will be destroyed. Tado-kun is the number 1 ninja of our great empire. Looking at the whole world, which country's mysterious force is Tado-kun's opponent? Our great empire will be immortal. After everyone came back to their senses, they all said good things about Tado-kun. Now that Tado-kun was willing to fight personally, Miyagawa felt relieved. But after a moment of silence, Miyagawa waved his hand and said, Tado-kun, of course, I have nothing to worry about. But you are the strong support of Japan's mysterious force. Whether we can last until the end of this island war depends on you. It's not appropriate to let you fight now. Let's send someone else to test Qin Feng's strength first. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Miyagawa's words were very reasonable. Tado-kun had no choice but to retreat. Sir, then let me challenge Qin Feng alone. Kudo Kitagawa took a step forward and stood on the ground like a lion. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kudo Kitagawa's strength was only below Tadakuin's, and he was even stronger than the other ninjas. If he fought Qin Feng, the odds of winning would be very high. Alright, then we'll let Tadakuin scout out the situation first. Remember, this battle doesn't need to be a life and death battle. You just need to find out Qin Feng's strength. Then, we'll let Tadakuin fight. Although Japan was small, it had a large population. Yet, there were only 6 ninjas. Each of these ninjas meant a lot to Japan. Now that Chiokaze Blade was dead, Miyagawa had to be careful. If he killed another ninja, he would not be able to answer to his superiors. Everyone agreed with Miyagawa's plan. After discussing how to deal with Qin Feng, Miyagawa looked at Chiyoya and said, "The 6 ninjas are the symbol of Japan's mysterious power. They are the backing of the mysterious power of the empire. Now that Chiokaze Blade has died in battle, his position needs to be filled. Miss Chiyoya, as the #1 ninja of Japan, you have the right to replace Chiokaze Blade. From tonight onwards, you will be the new Japanese ninja." Chiyoya was shocked by his words. As a Japanese ninja, her ultimate goal was to become the Japanese ninja. Since the age of 5, Chiyoya had entered a secret base in Japan to undergo devilish training. Now that 20 years had passed, she had finally become a ninja. It would be a lie to say that she was not excited. "Congratulations, Miss Chiyoya. Miss Chiyoya, we are brothers and sisters from now on." The other 5 ninjas congratulated Chiyoya. Chiyoya nodded to express her gratitude. That night's naval battle had completely turned the tide of the battle on the island. China had turned from a losing battle to a glorious rise. The number of Japanese battleships in the island territory decreased significantly. Their arrogance seemed to have weakened as well. On the 3rd day, a diplomat from Japan sent news that Tenkitagawa, the shinobi of Japan, wanted to challenge Qin Feng of China alone. As soon as the news came out, the troops of China and the members of Dragon's sect who were stationed on the island were in an uproar. This battle was going to be a battle between 2 countries. "Qin Feng, I think you shouldn't go. Japan is the most sinister and cunning. Who knows what tricks they have up their sleeves this time." In China's military base, the leaders of several special forces, the representatives of the 12 summits, and other important high-ranking officials gathered together. Qin Feng sat at the head of the round table. The rest of the people were standing in a line and discussing the battle proposed by Japan. The dragon god had already expressed that he did not want Qin Feng to accept this challenge because Japan wanted Qin Feng to go to the island alone. Who knew if there was an ambush? Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing were also present. The 2 women looked anxious, but they did not say anything. They knew Qin Feng too well. It was useless to persuade him, so they could only let him make the decision himself. The representatives of the 12 summits, the military high-ranking officials. Everyone's gaze fell on Qin Feng. Now, Qin Feng represented the dignity of China's martial arts. He was the key to the success or failure of this island battle. He was too important. "I'll go." "Why shouldn't I go? How dare a small island country bully us, the Great Huaxia? If I don't teach them a lesson, where will the dignity of China go?" Without thinking, Qin Feng slammed the table and stood up. His majestic aura shocked everyone. The military high-ranking officials in the room were overwhelmed with emotions. They quickly stood up and saluted Qin Feng. They were conquered by his hot-blooded heart. Chapter 1264. Nobody could change Qin Feng's mind once he made up his mind. Divine Dragon was still a little worried, but he didn't say anything after his persuasion. Yan Wushuang and Lu Bingbing escorted Qin Feng all the way to the coast. The military officials and Dragon sect's higher-ups all followed behind Qin Feng. After the two women said some words of concern, Qin Fen stepped on the black tortoise and headed to the opposite island. The black tortoise was half the size of a yacht. Qin Fen stood on the vast tortoise shell alone like a celestial being crossing the river. Ever since he killed Autumn Wind Blade and sank more than a dozen warships, the number of Japanese warships in the waters of the island had decreased significantly. When Qin Fen approached the shore of the island, he saw a few warships hidden behind the shore. He's here, he's here. The Chinese brat is here. The black tortoise was too big of a target. The crew on the Japanese warships discovered Qin Fen from afar. The soldiers immediately sent the information to the base on the island. When Miyagawa and the others received the news, they all became serious. That brat really dares to accept the challenge. Humph. Then let me show him what I'm made of. Kuru Kitagawa had already stood up with a cold expression. Chiyoya also stood up abruptly. She trembled with anger when she heard Qin Fen's name. Kitagawa-kun, I'll go with you. Chiyoya volunteered to fight. Before Kuru Kitagawa could speak, Miyagawa said, Miss Chiyoya, don't go. This challenge was issued in the name of Japan's godly ninjas. It's clearly stated in the challenge letter that Kuru Kitagawa and Qin Fen will fight one-on-one. There are many countries watching this battle. It's not good for us to play tricks. Miyagawa's words dispelled Chiyoya's thoughts. She could only hold back her anger and sit back. Yi Meihui said, Humph. This brat named Qin Fen is really arrogant. He killed Chiyo Fengkuan 3 days ago and sank more than a dozen warships and warships of our great empire. We can't let this go for nothing, right? Yes, Master Miyagawa. It's rare for that brat to come alone. We have to teach him a lesson. The few godly ninjas complained. They were very dissatisfied with Qin Fen. How could Lord Miyagawa swallow this grievance? He was silent for a moment, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. He lowered his voice and said to Kuru Kitagawa, although we can't cheat during the fight, we can suppress that kid's spirit before the fight. Everyone's expression changed as they immediately understood Lord Miyagawa's meaning. A sneer flashed across Kuru Kitagawa's face as he said, Don't worry, Lord. I know what to do. Qin Feng stepped on the black tortoise and leisurely landed on the island as the Japanese army stood in a stalemate. Looking at this resource-rich island, Qin Feng became even more determined. This was China's island, and no one could take it away. Black Tortoise received Qin Feng's order and dived into the sea to leave. Qin Feng had just come ashore when a group of fully armed soldiers surrounded him. Baka! Who the hell are you? Qin Feng glanced around. There were about 100 soldiers guarding the shore, and they were all armed to the teeth. There were also a dozen or so snipers hidden in different positions. With such a tight defense, if someone really wanted to come ashore, they would definitely be killed in an instant. I'm Qin Feng, and I'm here to challenge your Japanese shinobi, Qin Feng said indifferently to the officer who asked the question. The officer's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Qin Feng again. 3 days ago, the news of Qin Feng killing the Japanese shinobi, Escapades, and defeating the Japanese battleship had already spread. Now, the Japanese soldiers guarding the island were extremely curious. What kind of person was Qin Feng? How could he be so powerful? You're Qin Feng. So, you're just a wild boy who can't even grow his hair. After the officer looked at Qin Feng, he started to look down on him. How powerful could such a young boy be? Perhaps there was more to the battle 3 days ago. Watch what you say, or else you'll lose your head. Facing hundreds of fully armed soldiers, Qin Feng's expression did not change. Instead, his dignified aura suppressed the officer and the soldiers to the point that they could not breathe. The officer was reprimanded in front of everyone, and he instantly lost his face. However, he did not dare to vent his anger. He felt that if he angered the Chinese youth in front of him, his life would be in danger. At this time, the officer's cell phone rang, and he quickly retreated to the side to answer the call. Less than half a minute later, the officer returned. As if he had changed into another person, he stared at Qin Feng arrogantly and said, "I've just received a call from the higher-ups. Master Kitagawa really wants to challenge you. We'll search you first, and then we'll bring you into the base." After the search, the officer led the way to a heavily guarded checkpoint. Suddenly, he sneered, "You can go in now." There was no way to go in front of Qin Feng. It was a high wall with electric fences on it, and there was a dog hole at the corner of the wall. It should be a passageway for military dogs to enter and exit. "How do you want me to go in?" Qin Feng was so angry that he laughed, and he looked at the officer coldly. The smile on the officer's face became wider. He had just received a call from the higher-ups, and they wanted to beat Qin Feng up and dispel his arrogance. He scolded coldly, "Are you blind? Isn't there a dog hole? Don't you know how to crawl into it? Ha! Why don't you drill one for me to see?" A murderous look flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The officer was a little unsure. Standing in front of Qin Feng was really pressuring. However, he looked at the hundreds of armed soldiers behind him and immediately calmed down. "Baka! You want me to drill a dog hole? That's reserved for you Chinese cowards." Bang! Just as the officer finished speaking, a violent force spread across his face. Qin Feng slapped him, and almost sent his head flying. The commotion shocked everyone. In an instant, hundreds of guns were pointed at Qin Feng. The Japanese soldiers all looked as if they were facing a great enemy, and some of them were trembling. "Why you dare to hit me? Do you believe that I won't?" The officer was slapped in front of everyone, and he was so angry that he stomped his feet. He had only finished speaking when Qin Feng raised his hand again and slapped him again, sending him flying into the wall. Bang! A small crack appeared on the hard brick wall, and this was Qin Feng showing mercy. The reason why he didn't slap this despicable officer to death was because he wanted to keep him alive so that he could crawl through the dog hole. "Don't talk nonsense with me. I told you to drill through first. Are you deaf?" Qin Feng stood in front of hundreds of guns, but he was calm and composed. The officer fell to the ground and violently coughed. His bones were about to fall apart from Qin Feng's slap. The soldiers were all waiting for the officer's orders, but how could he dare to give the order to shoot? If he really killed Qin Feng now, then Japan would become the joke of the world. "Why you, don't push your luck. I'll let you in through the main door," the officer immediately admitted defeat. He crawled up and prepared to walk towards the main door. Qin Feng kicked down and sent the officer flying into the wall. This time, the officer spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. "Don't, since you brought me here, then let's crawl through this hole." "Hurry up, you demonstrate first." The officer was like a dead dog in Qin Feng's hands. He couldn't resist at all, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Lord Qin Feng, I came to the wrong place. You're a guest of Japan, how can I let you in through here? We'd better." The officer's arrogance immediately disappeared, and he still wanted to plead with Qin Feng. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a ball of raging fire appeared on Qin Feng's palm. The surrounding temperature instantly rose, but the officer was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was stunned by the scene in front of him. This was simply a scene that defied common sense. How could a person's palm burn with fire? Didn't that brat feel pain? "I'll give you one last chance. Hurry up and crawl through the hole, or else I'll burn you to death." Boom! Qin Feng casually slapped his hand, and the destructive fire landed on a tank at the side. The fire instantly rose with the force of a prairie fire, and the sturdy tank was directly burned to ashes, not even a piece of it was left. Hiss! The surrounding soldiers immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, and many of them couldn't even hold the guns in their hands steadily. The officer, who was lying on the ground, shivered. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have offended a ruthless person like Qin Feng. Under such a powerful force, the officer's last line of defense was also broken. He had no choice but to crawl through the dog hole. Bang! Just as he crawled to the other side of the wall, a loud sound exploded on the wall. Qin Feng casually slapped his hand, and the tens of meters long protective wall collapsed, directly smashing onto the officer's body. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Humph. Japanese people are really sick in the head. There's such a wide road, and yet they insist on crawling through the dog hole. Sigh. Under the muzzles of over 100 guns, Qin Feng strolled into the camp base as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. The group of soldiers stared at each other, not knowing what to do. The situation here was clearly seen by the people in the camp, and Miyagawa Master and the ninjas were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Chiyoya's body was trembling, and her beautiful face was twisted. She almost rushed forward to fight Qin Feng with her life. Baka! This brat is really bold. Does he really think that our great empire doesn't dare to kill him? Lord Takano placed his withered hand on his waist, where a large blade hung. Miyagawa Master was also very angry, but he finally calmed down and advised everyone, don't be anxious. Let Lord Kitagawa go scout first. Kudo Kitagawa immediately stood up and walked out of the tent. Master, I'll go first. Just as Qin Feng arrived near the camp, he saw a middle-aged man in his early 40s striding over. The man was dressed in a black ninja outfit. His expression was ferocious, and his footsteps became faster and faster. When he was 10 meters away from Qin Feng, he suddenly leaped up, as if he had crossed the 10 meters in an instant, and slapped his palm towards Qin Feng. Sick man of Huaxia, I'm the Japanese ninja Kudo Kitagawa. Let me see what you're capable of. Kudo Kitagawa had already attacked without saying a word. His two palms missed, but they exploded into the ground, leaving a huge handprint. Qin Feng had already retreated tens of meters away. He looked Kudo Kitagawa up and down. From the aura of his palm, it was already comparable to a stage for martial artist of Huaxia. Chapter 1265. Kudo Kitagawa's expression changed slightly as he was shocked by Qin Feng's strength. When they first received Qin Feng's information, it showed that he had reached stage 9 inner chi. However, 3 days ago, Qin Feng killed Kyozukuin above the island and shocked all the ninjas in Japan. However, only Kurenai and Chiyoya witnessed that battle. As for Kudo Kitagawa and the rest, they did not believe that Qin Feng was powerful. In a tent not far away, Master Miyagawa and the 5 ninjas were watching the battle. Even though they only exchanged one blow, it caused a heated discussion among the people in the tent. Tado-kun, how strong is that kid? Master Miyagawa looked at Tado-kun nervously. Thrice Man said, he's so fast. He's even faster than me. His aura is as calm as the sea and fearless in the face of danger. This kid is not simple. Yi Meihui also expressed her opinion. As for Kurenai and Chiyoya, they did not speak. Kurenai's body began to tremble uncontrollably when he saw Qin Feng. Chiyoya, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and suppressed the anger in her heart. After a round of discussion, everyone's gaze fell on Tado-kun. He was the #1 ninja in Japan, and his vision was higher than everyone else's. Tado-kun's expression was solemn as he was slightly shocked. Qin Feng was only a young man in his early 20s, but he had already reached such a high realm. Even Tadokun was not as strong as him when he was young. However, Tadokun would not say these words out loud as it would destroy his prestige. This kid is indeed skilled, but that's all there is to it. I'm confident that I can kill him. Takano Jun was proud and arrogant, and looked down on Qin Feng. When he said this, Yi Meihui and the others calmed down. Ha! Great! With Tadokun here, what's there to be afraid of? Master Miyagawa laughed excitedly. On the other side, the battle between Qin Fen and Kudo Kitagawa had just begun. After missing his attack, Kudo Kitagawa leaped and landed on the roof of a tent. His gaze was sharp as if he wanted to see through Qin Fen. Brat, how dare you kill our Japanese ninja, Akikes? Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Kudo Kitagawa shouted at Qin Fen, who was on the ground. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him were over 100 Japanese soldiers. They were all hiding tens of meters away with their guns aimed at him, as if they would open fire at any moment. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Kudo Kitagawa, who was in the sky, and said indifferently, "Autumn Wind Blade is just the beginning. My plan is to eliminate the 6 shinobi of Japan. Next, it's your turn." Qin Feng was in the enemy's camp, surrounded by a group of fully armed soldiers, and facing a Japanese shinobi. Yet, Qin Feng remained calm and composed. Just this aura alone was enough to shock everyone. Kudo Kitagawa was instantly enraged, but he had some doubts in his heart. He didn't understand where Qin Feng's confidence came from. Even if he was at the 4th layer of true qi, he shouldn't be this arrogant, right? Arrogant brat, let me see how capable you are. With a roar, Kudo Kitagawa transformed into a black shadow and suddenly shot out, as swift and violent as a cannonball. Cries of surprise could be heard from the surroundings. These Japanese soldiers had never had the chance to see the shinobi in action before, so they were all shocked by what they saw. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, Kudo Kitagawa's figure had already arrived, and he waved a palm at the top of Qin Feng's head. The wind from the palm was strong, and it fell on a stone pillar, instantly smashing the cement stone pillar into pieces. The crowd had long been dumbfounded, feeling like they were dreaming. Qin Feng had not made a move since he appeared, and he had been dodging the opponent's attack. Kudo Kitagawa slashed several times, but he couldn't hurt a hair on Qin Feng's head. He was so angry that his eyes stared outside. As expected of a Chinese coward. You only know how to dodge. If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Qin Feng was so fast that even Kudo Kitagawa felt powerless in his heart, so he began to provoke him. As he spoke, Kudo Kitagawa leaped up and instantly arrived above Qin Feng's head. His strong palm slammed down from the sky, as if it had the power to split a mountain. Mountain-breaking palm. Japanese karate was strong and fierce, and Kudo Kitagawa's palm was created according to the perfection of karate. The wind blew from all directions, messing up Qin Feng's long hair and fluttering white clothes. The seemingly ordinary palm was like the 5-finger mountain of Buddha pressing down from above. This time, Qin Feng did not dodge. He suddenly threw a punch into the sky. The punch carried the roar of thunder and the roar of a tiger. Its power soared to the sky, and it collided with Kudo Kitagawa's palm. A loud sound spread out, and the ground under Qin Feng's feet cracked dozens of cracks. Kudo Kitagawa directly shot into the sky, and was actually sent flying by Qin Feng's punch. Hiss! The soldiers on the island gasped, and they could not even hold the spears in their hands steadily. That was Kudo Kitagawa, the great shinobi of Japan. He was in existence like a god in the eyes of the people of Japan. He was a powerhouse who stood at the top, and represented the height of Japan's martial arts. Yet, such a powerful being was sent flying by a young Chinese kid. Baka! What's going on? That boy defeated Kudo Kitagawa. Not only were the soldiers outside shocked, but Miyagawa in the tent was also dumbfounded. Kurome and Chiyoya were still dumbfounded, and did not speak. Sanjiro and Yi-Mei gritted their teeth in anger. Tado-kun's expression became colder. He realized that he had underestimated Qin Feng's power. Kudo Kitagawa was the second most powerful of the 6 great shinobi of Japan. Was he going to be defeated? Miyagawa, don't worry. The battle has just begun. Kitagawa-kun is the #1 swordsman in Japan. He has not used his sword yet, and the outcome is unknown. Tado-kun quickly calmed down. He was still very confident in Kudo Kitagawa. Miyagawa also calmed down a little, and everyone began to watch the battle unblinkingly. The battle here was getting more and more intense. Kudo Kitagawa's palms kept striking down. His karate skills had reached perfection, and every palm cut through the air, bringing with it a mountain-splitting aura. However, several palms missed, and a large pit was formed on the ground. Qin Feng, wearing the Starlight boxing gloves, counterattacked with the special Thunder Tiger fists. Every punch was like a tiger, and thunder roared in all directions, scaring the soldiers on the island into shivering. Rumble. It was another fierce collision. A fierce tiger formed by the wind of the fist pounced forward, instantly sending Kudo Kitagawa flying. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in mid-air, and his body fell, knocking over a row of tents. Kitagawa-kun, are you okay? The group of soldiers suddenly woke up. Some went to check on Kudo Kitagawa's situation, and more soldiers suddenly raised their guns. The sound of bullets being loaded filled the surroundings. Qin Feng stood under the hundreds of muzzles, and his expression did not change at all. He looked arrogantly at the place where Kudo Kitagawa fell, and said lightly, "This is the strength of the Japanese shinobi? You're really deliberately mystifying. This island is the land of Huaxia. If you leave quickly, I will spare your lives." Qin Feng was surrounded by people, but he still spoke ruthlessly, causing the group of soldiers to be dumbfounded. The few shinobi in the tent blew their beards and glared at him. Sanjiro and Yi-Mei were ready to rush out and kill Qin Feng together, but they were stopped by Tado-kun. "Don't act recklessly. That will ruin the reputation of our great empire. Everyone, don't be anxious. Kitagawa-kun is only making his move now." Everyone was stunned, and they looked toward the battlefield in confusion. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from the collapsed tent. Kudo Kitagawa appeared in mid-air. He grabbed at his back with both hands, and a pair of dazzling pink long swords sliced through the sky. Whoosh! The air was filled with the sound of swords. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was surrounded by hundreds of sword chi. The soldiers felt a chill, and they were forced to retreat dozens of meters. Qin Feng stood in the center of the sword chi. He raised his hand lightly, and a golden sword chi soared into the sky, like a fire phoenix crying angrily in the sky. Rumble. The two sword chi collided, and the surrounding row of tents were all blown up. Qin Feng's sword fell, and he suddenly leaped up. 2 balls of burning flames appeared under his feet. His originally swift and fierce movements became even faster, and he flashed in the void like a meteor. "Where are you running to?" "Freeze for me." Kudo Kitagawa thought that Qin Feng was trying to escape, and he stabbed the void. The 2 swords in his hands were one of the 6 godly swords of Japan, and they were called yin-yang. The 2 swords were of the same size and shape, but one was burning like a raging fire, and the other was freezing. The sword that stabbed the void was the yin sword. It slashed through the air, and an icicle was formed. The surrounding temperature plummeted, as if it had frozen. The soldiers shivered from the cold, and even the people standing in the tents could feel the endless chill. Yi Meihui and the other ninjas immediately circulated their chi to protect their bodies, and they managed to survive. Miyagawa, on the other hand, didn't know any martial arts, and his body started to freeze. It felt like he had fallen into a world of ice and snow in Antarctica. Kitagawa-kun's yin-yang sword is out. That brat Chin Feng won't be able to block it. Tado-kun pressed his hand on Miyagawa's back. Instantly, a warm current flowed over, and Miyagawa returned to normal. Then, Tado-kun's old eyes fell on the yin-yang sword in Kudo Kitagawa's hand, and his heart yearned for this godly sword of Japan. Whoosh! The noise in the distant sky was incessant. Under the scorching sun, icicles appeared one after another in the air. This scene was really strange, and it caused everyone to exclaim. Chin Feng stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and shuttled freely among the icicles. Even he was shivering from the cold. When Kudo Kitagawa saw this, he was overjoyed. The yin sword in his hand danced faster, and he looked up to the sky and shouted, "Ha! Chinese trash, I'll show you how powerful I am." The long sword waved, and the icicles instantly expanded. It was as if half of the sky had turned into a land of ice and snow. The golden whirlwind wheel under Chin Feng's feet was frozen, and his speed was greatly reduced. Seeing the icicles coming at him, he slapped his hand, and a surging fireball fell like a sea of fire. Boom! The destructive fire seemed to condense into a fire dragon, and wherever it went, the icicles instantly melted into water droplets. Chin Feng waved his hand, and the golden phoenix long sword turned into a fiery red spear. The spear of rat halos spun in his hand at the speed of a helicopter's wings. The destructive fire was blown to the ground, and it was like a rain of fire falling from the sky. Baka! What is this thing? How is this possible? Kudo Kitagawa, who was waving his sword on the ground, had a huge change in expression. He quickly stopped and retreated. He was so scared that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Chapter 1266. Everyone in the tent base was stunned, and the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Miyagawa Master finally woke up and looked at Tado-kun in panic. What's going on? Can Tado-kun withstand it? Not long ago, Tado-kun had confidence in Kudo Kitagawa, but now, even he had no confidence. Chin Feng's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. This guy was young, but he was full of treasures. He casually shot out flames and suppressed the yin sword in Kudo Kitagawa's hand. That was one of Japan's 6 divine swords. Don't worry, everyone. Let's wait and see. Tado-kun didn't dare to make any promises and said some ambiguous words. The fire rain outside was still falling, and the soldiers on the island had long been scared out of their wits. The heavenly fire was really powerful. No matter what it touched, it would be burned in an instant. Dozens of cannons, tanks, and armored vehicles in the base were all burned. As for the number of soldiers who were burned to death, it was even more uncountable. Kudo Kitagawa finally came to his senses. Seeing that several fireballs were about to hit him, he hurriedly stabbed out with his yin sword. An icicle soared into the sky and blocked the speed of the fireballs. He used this gap to leap up and head towards Chin Feng, who was in midair. Boom! The yang sword in his hand stabbed out, and suddenly the temperature rose. A long flame dragon whizzed out and collided with the fireballs in the sky. The two flames exploded in the sky, and the momentum was shocking. Sparks flew everywhere and scattered on the entire island, as if it was going to burn the entire island. The few people in the tent base were shocked. Miyagawa Master was so anxious that he almost ran out to stop Kudo Kitagawa. If the two of them continued to fight like this, the island would definitely be burned into a barren island. Chin-fen also realized this problem. This was an island in Huaxia territory. If they really burned it, the loss would be huge. With a wave of his hand, the destructive fire suddenly dissipated, but there was still a flame in the air. Chin-fen stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and leaped in the fire. Wherever he went, he shot out ice and fire to neutralize it. After a while, the scene of the fire rain disappeared, and there were still some ice thorns scattered on the ground. Kitagawa stood rooted to the ground, completely dumbfounded by Chin-fen's methods. He had the yin-yang sword to slash out flames and ice, but Chin-fen could casually shoot them out, a Chinese demonic cultivator. So this kid is a demonic cultivator. Inside the camp, Lord Tabo's expression was solemn. Lord Blackeye couldn't help but ask, "Lord Tabo, what do you mean by demonic cultivators?" Most of these Japanese shinobi had never been to Huaxia, and there were even fewer Huaxia warriors who had fought with them. They only knew that there were orthodox martial cultivators in Huaxia, but they didn't know that there were devil cultivators or even evil cultivators. Tono-kun, on the other hand, was different. When he was young, he went to the land of Huaxia alone and challenged many martial arts masters. In the end, he returned to Japan with an undefeated record. It was this challenge that made him famous, and he was given the title of Japan's #1 shinobi. Over the past few decades, the martial arts masters of Huaxia who had been defeated had also gone to Japan to challenge him, but they were all defeated and died. Among the Huaxia masters that Tono-kun had fought, there was a strong demonic cultivator. Demonic cultivators are even more difficult to deal with than martial cultivators. The demonic chi that forms in their bodies can be converted into fire, ice, and other elements. Takano explained a little, and the other shinobi were left speechless. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Kitagawa-kun's yin-yang divine saber has lost its effect? Yi Meihui exclaimed. As one of the 6 shinobi of Japan, everyone was very familiar with the other shinobi's divine saber. Tono-kun nodded helplessly and said, "Indeed, it has lost its effect. But don't worry, everyone. This time, Kitagawa-kun is just testing Chin-fen's strength. It won't be a battle of life and death. If he really can't win, Kitagawa-kun will escape." The tent suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere became heavy. That was Kudo Kitagawa, the second strongest among the 6 shinobi of Japan. Now, he was forced to escape by a young martial artist from Huaxia. However, the truth was right before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. In the open space outside the tent, the rain of fire and ice finally fell. Huge pits were formed on the ground as if a war had just taken place. Kudo Kitagawa's black ninja uniform was torn and tattered, and his body was covered with wounds. He held a long sword in each hand and stared coldly at Chin-fen. Huaxia Aunt, Kudo Kitagawa, started practicing kendo at the age of 10. I'm talented and became the youngest kendo expert in Japan at the age of 25. Now that 15 years have passed, there hasn't been anyone in Japan who can surpass me in kendo. You've successfully angered me. I'll show you my power. The prestige of a shinobi was very important. Kudo Kitagawa didn't retreat at all. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited. The 2 swords in his hands suddenly combined and overlapped, forming a treasured sword of ice and fire. The cold air and heat on the long sword fused and emitted a gentle aura. It was as comfortable as a spring breeze. However, Chin-fen's expression became serious. There was a strong murderous aura hidden under this gentle sword aura. Even he felt a little uneasy. Exclamations came from the tent. Yi Meihui shouted, "Yin and yang combined. Is Kitagawa-kun going to use his trump card?" Thrice-man, Kirom-kun, and Ikiya were also shocked. As a member of Japan's ninjas, everyone knew that Kudo Kitagawa's swordsmanship was the best in the empire. However, very few people had seen the sword that made him famous. Rumor had it that when Kudo Kitagawa was only 25 years old, he split the raging waterfall under Mount Fuji with his sword. The waterfall, which was hundreds of feet high, fell like a heavy object. However, he split it in half with his sword. Since then, it had shocked Japan. The two swords combined completely, and Kudo Kitagawa's entire aura changed. He held the long sword high above his head and slashed down in a seemingly light manner. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed, and a violent aura surged. Qin Feng was already prepared. Without hesitation, he slashed down with his sword. The golden phoenix in his hand shone brightly. 100-meter-long golden sword slashed down with the power to split mountains and rivers. The two auras collided in the air, and the loud sound was earth-shattering. It was as if the sky had exploded. Rumble. Rumble. The sound didn't stop, and the two people in the air disappeared. Kudo Kitagawa was sent flying to the coast 100 meters away. His body smashed a reef into pieces. Qin Feng fell into the forest deep in the island. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The coast was in ruins. It was like the aftermath of a fierce battle. The row of tents was blown away. Tino-kun and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Quick, let's go check on Kitagawa-kun. Miyagawa-sama was the first to recover and rushed to the coast. 3 days ago, Autumn Windblade sacrificed himself on the island's waters. If Kitagawa-kun died as well, Miyagawa-sama wouldn't be able to sit in his current position. The few godly ninjas regained their senses and rushed to the coast. Tino-kun was the fastest. Just as he arrived at the coast, he saw a golden light flashing in the sky behind him. There was a figure in the golden light, holding a long sword that was as domineering as the wings of a phoenix. He stood on 2 balls of fire and floated in the air. Kudo Kitagawa's sword was extremely powerful. It was a force that could split a waterfall that weighed millions of pounds into 2. Qin Feng was sent flying by the violent airflow. He activated the Vajra and relied on his invincible golden body to resist the attack. The rest of the godly ninjas also noticed Qin Feng in the air. They looked at the sky in disbelief. No one would have thought that Qin Feng would still be alive after Kudo Kitagawa's attack. You bastard! Watch my sword! Chiyoya had been holding back until now. When she saw Qin Feng, she leaped into the air. Qin Feng did not seem to see Chiyoya. The golden phoenix in his hand slashed down. The 100-meter-long golden sword aura shrouded the sky as if it was going to split the earth. The godly ninjas quickly retreated in fear. Even Tino-kun's eyes were filled with fear. Before Chiyoya could reach Qin Feng, she was forced back by the violent sword aura. The long sword went toward Kudo Kitagawa, who was unconscious on the ground. The godly ninjas pulled Miyagawa away. Tino-kun gritted his teeth and waved his sword in the air, trying to save Kudo Kitagawa. A white sword shadow appeared and exploded in the sky like a cloud. Qin Feng stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and appeared behind Tino-kun. How dare you stop me from killing? Go to hell. Qin Feng was completely enraged. The golden phoenix in his hand slashed down again. It was like a fire phoenix swooping down. Tino-kun was flustered. He had to block Qin Feng's attack and protect Kudo Kitagawa at the same time. He slashed his saber in the air again and roared, "Huaxia people, this battle is over. You can consider it a draw. Hurry up and get out of the island, or else we won't be polite." Qin Feng was amused by Tino-kun's words. He had beaten Kudo Kitagawa unconscious and could kill him at any time. In the end, Tino-kun said that this battle was just a draw. He was simply lying through his teeth. Qin Feng ignored Tino-kun's threat. He attacked with both palms, and several balls of destructive fire fell. The surrounding air seemed to be evaporating. Tino-kun's eyes flickered with fear. He did not dare to touch the raging sea of fire. He slapped Kudo Kitagawa to one side and flew to the other side. Boom! The fireball smashed a huge pit on the ground. Chiyoya and the others stood 100 meters away and watched with their mouths agape. With a flash of golden light, Chin Feng had already arrived above Kudo Kitagawa. The golden phoenix in his hand slashed down without hesitation, creating a series of violent wind-breaking sounds. The Japanese godly ninja's expressions changed drastically. Miyagawa was so shocked that he fell on his butt. "Brat, how dare you!" Tono-kun roared angrily, but before he could finish his sentence, the saber chi exploded on the ground. The area was like a landslide. The huge explosion instantly blew Kudo Kitagawa into pieces. Not even a shadow of him could be seen. The explosion had not stopped. Tino-kun and the others could not come back to their senses for a long time. To think that a shinobi of Japan was killed right under their noses. This was simply a fantasy. Baka! How dare you kill Tino-kun? Godly ninjas of our great empire, kill this brat and bury him with Tino-kun. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.